Good morning, guys. 1 second. All right. Hmm. Jesus fucking Christ. Hmm. Give me a second. I'm still getting set up. All right. That's on. Okay, cool. That was a crazy fucking market open. I was I was prepared for like the bullish momentum to lose a little bit of ground this morning, but when I went to bed we were testing like we just bounced and tested like 45.15 on a yes. So waking up to yes at 44.47 was or 44.76 was a surprise. Has it stopped being crazy yet? Well, it's got a moderately strong bounce on like 44.75. But positionally we're nowhere near where we were yesterday, right? Like we've slipped right back to the Vega risk at 44.76, or 44.70 on SPX. So they got to claw their way back out. I guess they're a little better positioned to do that today than they were yesterday. Nvidia went ape shit in the pre-market, so that probably helped them out a little bit. The pump on Nvidia is actually fucking insane. Hmm. So let's see if SPX stabilizes here as far as interest. Gamma, like fast gamma moved down to 44.87. Call side positioning is pretty strong from 85 up. Um, And we're currently very much hung up on the peak of the put positioning at 44.70. So I closed my unhedged actual NVIDIA shorts at 408. Awesome. What's the naughty zone for the yuan? I'm not really sure. Uh, let's see. USD China's up 64 BPS today. They cut rates again last night. Nice, Wessels. This morning I kept waiting for a bottom to enter calls. By the time it bottomed out, I realized I should have just bought puts. Possibly. Yeah. We'll see how hard they're able to push for some put capitulation here. Dixie's falling a little bit. Yen's recovering. What are yields doing? All right, so the 2 and 5 year are getting bought up a little bit. Everything else is kind of still on trend. Oil's down again today. 131 BPS. Futures just got rejected super fucking hard off 44.90. Although we should be bottoming soon. All right. Sorry, I kept waiting for a bottom. Video worth chasing? I'd be careful with it. It's definitely going to pick up some volatility here. I'm not sure if indexes start to slide. Absolutely not. VIX is picking up quite a bit too. I'd at least wait for an entry, right? Like confirm an entry first. Holy fuck. Did they miss their window to pump over 45? They're rapidly losing it, yeah. Put interest is picking up at 44.60, 44.50. Kind of all the way down. Interesting. Yeah, this does not look fucking good. I have to get some kind of downside hedge here. If I have 80. No. Let's just go puts. Five 60 by. All right. 60, 50. One second. VIX 1586. NVIDIA 443. Upstart got a bounce. Let me see if we're getting any capitulation here. Okay, so some call interest coming in at 55, 60, 65. So they're still buying in the money calls. Put volume slowing down a little bit. 4470 is going to be a really strong resistance. $44.50 still carries a shitload of Vega risk. Some in the money put volume at 44.75 and 80. It feels a bit premature to buy anything. Yeah, it probably is. Discord's not off. I'm just not talking. Any chance the Bury news shift some big boys' opinions? You don't make your port 90% short without being semi-confident. Maybe. Yeah. Could have added more confidence to the bull case. But it's not like anybody knows why Bury went, 93% short SPY and QQQ in his portfolio. Retail sales up, same like we're about to see credit defaults moon. We've already been seeing credit card defaults mooning. Has anybody ever told you how good it sounds when you say capitulation? No. I'm not trying not to chase. That's probably the smart thing to do here because I mean they're going to try to save their calls, right? And if it drops too much, I've got to pick up some kind of hedge. But I do expect that their interest is going to be in at least getting the calls they bought yesterday and this morning back near the money at a minimum. Although they've got some work to do now. They lost all the ground that they covered yesterday. Despite trying to add like $100 billion in market cap to the video this morning. Sam Jones, welcome to Billionaire Man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. J&J K-View doing the right thing so far. Yeah, so far. Fuck, man. VIX keeps spiking. This is fun. All right, let's see. VIX futures. The VIX expiration's tomorrow. The monthly expiration for the August contract. The roll should be mostly finalized, right? NASDAQ down 50 BPS. Should be watching NQ right now. Okay, NQ support's a little bit better. Russell's getting fucking hammered. Dow's not having a very good morning either. Are we hoping for pumps? I mean, I can kind of care less either way, but you have to be aware that they're gonna try to pump it, right? Although they're in a really bad position to do so. Did Bree file what date and strike prices he bought puts on SPY and QQQ, or is that information not disclosed? As far as I know, that's not disclosed anywhere. Feels like Groundhog Days from yesterday. So both Eichen and Burry shorted the market when SPX was sub 4,000. I don't think so. Burry's position's not that old. I think Burry was going short when we were, let's see, probably around the time we broke above 4,500. Any GME support at this range? I mean, 20. 20's a pretty high interest strike and price point. A lot of people are usually pretty willing to buy GME just under 20. It tends to be a moderately strong resistance. New positions added to the upside yesterday when we pumped? Yes. Were those positions closed? No. What's up, Gherkin? Woke up 10 minutes ago. Are we bearish? Fuck. I mean, I want to be. Long term, yeah, but all of their fucking calls got buried this morning, and I kind of expect them to try to get them back. Although the put buying is quite strong. KV go down with the market, or is it insulated a bit? It's not insulated at all. It's only trading with like 10% of its free float. It's not part of the S&P yet, but it's expected to join the S&P pretty rapidly. Did you see the Canadian core CPI ticked up 0.4 versus expected negative 0.4? No, I didn't. Because Canada's not a thing. Burry new is bullish, in my opinion. Just a narrative is the estimated actual value of his position is about 500K, not 1.6 billion. The news factored his options and notional value. Interesting. What are you looking for to enter in a video short? Or are we just too risky with pumps? It's pretty risky with the pumps. They pumped the fuck out of NVIDIA in the pre-market. Well, put position is dated 30 June. The highest SCX hit in June is 44.58. It's dated from the 30th in June? I think. Alright. That's kind of about where we're trading right now, right? $13Fs don't really work. Is the put buying 0 DTE or longer dated? It's longer dated. It has been. The J&J daily chart since 8.8, an example of the type of distribution you were talking about yesterday, a high volume, stagnant price. I mean, the reason J&J's price is stagnant is because funds are attempting to keep the price in the range where it will produce the highest yield against KV. Maybe that's why he used QQQ and SPY, so they would choose position and notional value to get eyeballs on it while he does something different. I don't think so. About 44.30s this morning. Let's ride down to 4,000. That's a bit of a stretch. Burt would be just breaking even if he had tons of theta. Yeah. Yeah, he'd just be about even. I'm sure he could have hedged any upside, but this looks pretty bearish. It is. Yeah, unless they recover 44.70 or at least retest it, this is still pretty bearish. Nasdaq's trying to find some support at like 15,175 and it keeps slipping. ES is still struggling with like 44.75. Although it did push a slightly higher low here. That's bottomed out, bottomed out. Fuck, that was an insane drop from the pre-market, man. Almost 100 BPS. How's Upstart looking? Probably fine. I mean, it's so fucking illiquid. It's just hanging out. Nvidia's consolidating downwards. It doesn't look so bad. Pressure from Nvidia will help Upstart out a lot. If it starts to turn. Oil down 200 BPS now. Like we're going for like a full-on test of the lower resistance at like 44.57 here. Where's trading view so I can show you guys? Yeah, so we're very close to retesting like the long-term trend. Based on the options positioning, I would say that's probably the point at which we're most likely to V, if we V. That puts most of the out of the money puts in the money. And VIX is about to top 16, or just cap right fucking through it. Jimmy broke 1942 several times. Next stop, 1874. Yeah, that's the next big resistance to the downside. Or at least historic one. Jimmy's trading at 1927 right now. Show us the trend on TradingView again. Is this the end? I don't know about that. They're losing a lot of ground on VIX. Overnight gap filled on Nvidia. I wonder if this is where they V. Maybe. NQ's still not really recovering though. It's about even with ES now. $65. So ES testing 44.65 right now, which isn't really a very significant resistance. 44.60 is usually a bit more important. Or yeah, 44.60. All I see is calls getting cheaper. Gork, I'm pretty smug. It was impressive how much ground they lost. Funny odd thing, I don't look at Tesla often. I looked at this morning and TradingView and a cartoon photo of Elon smoking a J, like he did on Joe Rogan, pops out for a couple seconds. What? Did you talk about the impact of CCP rate cut? Looking to rewind back to it. I mean, we discussed it. It's their like third one recently. More so about Fitch threatening to downgrade JPM. That's, I mean, kind of expected, right? Was last week the last time we see 4,500 for the next 5 years? I doubt it. I thought it was a fever dream. What the fuck is everyone on about? His price action is wild. I expected flat, but I guess VIX being elevated into expiration is pressuring shortfall more significantly than we may have expected. I mean, it's not a very advantageous time to short VIX, but I don't see how they get out of this without trying to slam it as hard as feasibly possible and increasing risk into the latter half of the week. Is this sell-off gonna find support? I don't know. I don't have this on TradingView at all. I don't know what you're on about, trash. Increasing risk. One of us. One of us. Is this fabled long furry moving into a bullish orientation? Not really. Well, it's hard to predict because it's not with spine. Zometer 110, a good entry for going long. I'd wait for oil to finish pulling back. JPM isn't a fortress, bitch. The US banks are sound and resilient. Can they really claw this back? I don't know. Maybe not. This would be where they need to do it. I'm kind of pissed because the only put spreads I have open are 75.50. Like, well, at the money. I was gonna open more out of the money today, but that's that's not happening. Price of GLD looking quite attractive. I might walk up and ask for her number. I see. Technically, exploding is a sound. You're not wrong. Well, it's quiet. What are your favorite pickles? Dill, spicy dill, sometimes half sours. All I know is I'm about to lose all my money on J&J and KVU. I bought a 350p expiring Jan 24 on this NVIDIA run. Am I regarded or is it not too bad? 350p Jan 24 on the NVIDIA run. I mean, at least you've got a lot of theta. You're gonna have to hope they fucking shit the bed on earnings, though. If they don't, it moves up to like 5 or 525. I mean, you've got an even longer road. I guess you have enough theta that you can always average down, but so I had to do work for a minute. TV gave me smoking Elon after a reboot yesterday. He slid into frame for about 5 seconds and then slunk away again. I mean, it sounds very, very Elon, but I've not seen it on mine. I would have freaked out. Is Elon buying TradingView? I need to find a different charting platform. When are you cutting PTRA? I don't know what you're talking about. What's up, Barry here? What's up, Barry? If they fully lose 4450, is a test of DN almost a lock? Yeah, they'd be pretty fucked if they lose 4450, because VIX will skyrocket. I gotta buy something on this account for the downside. Uh, fucking piece of shit. $20. ES is finding a little bit of support now after almost topping long-term resistance at 44.61. Starting to turn around a little. 1 minute. Majority of zero DT puts are in the money here. So they want capitulation. VIX 1617. That reminds me, are we going long X or nah? Elon is definitely wanting to buy it. I don't think Elon's the one that submitted the bid, right? I know there's a couple bids now. But it was like Cleveland Cliffs, S Mark, right? And both of the bids are over the current share price. But risky if they turn them all down. The price tanks until they get another offer. If I half port everything with 50% success rate at it, rate at I doing better than most. Am I doing better than most traders? I mean, yeah. Any chance you can tell me the benefit of buying 44 DTE options, if any? Like you have 14 days before your theta starts to fall off harder. Someone said Elon flew into Cleveland last night. I live near Cleveland. No one wants to come here unless they have a reason. Is he on X or Twitter or whatever it's called? I'm confused. Yeah, he does. How low do you think we go if we slip 44.50? We could fall all the way to delta neutral. Hmm. You wanted a PO boy? Could you talk about what indicators or chart trends you use to confirm bounces and rejections? Generally, volume and options analysis. Positional analysis? I don't really use indicators very often. Maybe if all else fails, but that doesn't usually happen. And then the indicators I use are mostly custom. I don't use like MACD or RSI or any of those. Is this consolidation bullish? It could turn bullish. Maybe if they get VIX back below 16 and start triggering some capitulation on the put side. What a fun and action-packed morning. I did not get enough sleep for this. Assume the worst, we have a steep drop in markets. Would you then be bullish going forward for the next few years? Probably not. It depends on how steep our correction is. If it's something that we can recover from, but there'll be things I'm bullish on, but I think broadly we would probably have a pretty extended period of low growth. But there'll be other things to focus on, like commodities, energy, shit like that. If I sell a put on X at 34 and they get bought out for 35, what happens? Well, you probably wouldn't get assigned, right? Are you claiming that Nvidia isn't worth its 40x price to sales ratio? I would never make such a spurious claim. Delta neutral's at like 430 for 4430. Fuck, this is gonna retest the low. Volume's getting kind of wild. So a bit stronger of a test. 4461. Maybe we tap 4460. I think if we tap 4460, this is just gonna go down. I think VIX is gonna start to rocket at that point. Did they just capitulate on the short puts? Oh. Sorry. So if they fail here, Dutch and neutral or 44.20. I think I have to buy. Jesus, the spreads are expensive as fuck. How's NQ doing? NQ's still pretty far from resistance. There's some here at 41, like 15, sorry, 15,125. But the bigger support for NQ is down at like 15,005, 15,050. It's a pretty well-formed head and shoulders. Hmm. Oh, you bitch. Bulls didn't sleep in today. They just woke up fucked. Like, they got drunk last night on bullishness. They woke up in the bear cave. PTRA fell off a cliff. Okay. The video is starting to stabilize a bit to the downside. Call interest at 44.40 is picking up. I'm going to add to that? I don't think I need to. 445, 45.25. Checks vertical. 75, 4,500. Excuse me. All right, let me check on positioning real quick. Jesus. Well, if the Bulls are able to get the fuck out of this, they're going to blow up a lot of puts. I guess I'm good just holding the out of the money, and then I'll get the downside spread. Let's try to get 45. 40. How much is 40? 35. 50. So I'll wait on the $5 ones, I guess. All right. Well, I have a little bit of protection, I guess. All right. Bulls can't catch any momentum. No, they can't. Well, they need capitulation, and the problem is that more puts are coming in. which makes the puts that are in the money not want to go anywhere. Jimmy dumping from a cliff. Yeah, it didn't look very good this morning. If they can't, they're gonna get pretty blown up, right? So someone's getting fucked today. So there's still one last chance for them if they can't recover here. So if they can't affect like the exact same recovery that they facilitated yesterday, um, then their other chance is they let it dump, give up on like the 45.25s and 45.50s and try to flip the hedge on a drop below delta neutral. I love you, husband. I hope you take care of yourself and make money today. Hugs and kisses. Thanks so much, Darth. Can you see Jimmy going under 15 in the near future? I don't see. I mean, no, but I don't see why it couldn't. It's got a pretty long way to go to before 15. People will probably start buying in before then as well. I haven't played Baldur's Gate. Should be looking into cutting K-view calls in the market downturn today. Do whatever the fuck you want. I'm still buying them, so I'm not really, I don't really care about the downturn at least as far as that goes. Did Darth lose his job? He's been more active, probably. Housing market index contracted for the first time since the beginning of the year. Yeah, but I mean, a lot of that's priced in already. But most of the housing data has been pretty bad for like the last month, right? The big spike that we got like in early summers already. Actually, I think that got faded pretty hard with revisions, if I'm not mistaken. No, not this time. Huh. Jimmy 15 or 24 more likely. Asking for a friend. I mean, both of those are pretty far out of the money. What's the... I didn't even look at the fucking... Gamma neutral on GME's at $10. And it's trading below DN. I mean, if the market tanks and they get even more liquidity on GME, then sure. I don't see why it couldn't go lower. How do you have SPX levels intertwined with futures? What do you mean? How does Siri look? It seems like liquidity is drying up. Liquidity's been drying up since it ran to $7. It's not a fast enough process that you need to ask me about it every day, stocks. It's not even a fast enough process that you would need to ask me about it every week. Check back in like 3 weeks, and I'll let you know if anything's changed. 2 weeks? 2 weeks. You can see SPX levels in your trading view. That's because I have an SPX chart. Oh, are you talking about the overlay thing? That's just like some script someone wrote. Okay, but how is its liquidity now? God damn it. Would GME CSV make sense again for income around 18-ish? If the put value starts to increase, which it hasn't done in a really long time, right? But yeah, if there starts if skew starts to shift a bit and puts start being worth selling, maybe. We're below DN, so they should start to be a little more valuable. Risky, given that the company doesn't fucking do anything and most of the hype is gone. Like I said, I said yesterday, it looks like people are selling GameStop and in larger quantities than they have since like after August, like after the split. So if that's the case, and people are selling off, pretty big risk, right? Because that means it could hit new lows. Should I roll my September Siri calls? That's what I did. There wasn't much value in them, but I rolled them out to Jan. Jimmy has a lot of cash. Yeah, but they don't do anything with it. It's like owning treasuries in transit, like transient treasuries. So they're buying like 3 and 6. I could just buy 3 and 6 month bills with my own fucking money, and they'd have a better rate of return than Jimmy currently does. Just look at an at the money straddle 30 DT. You don't need to put a lot of math into it. I love transient treasuries. I love owning a company whose entire growth rate is predicated by which short-term bond they bought with their free cash. And still has negative growth. Fucking cocksucker. Gotta hate Cohen. Listen, guys, I figured it out. We can become a profitable company if we spend all our shareholder money on treasuries. Are you playing this bounce yet? I have well, one position. I'll add to it if we actually get a fucking bounce, but right now I'm not going to. But capitulation. No. Still a lot of resistance to the upside. 4460, 4470. Gamma flips moved back up to 4492.50. See if longer dated positioning shifted at all. This is probably their chance. If they want to try to force some capitulation on in the money puts, now is the time. They need to get VIX back below 16. What's the over-under that on Thursday, J&J rips to 185, KVU drills sub 20? Just buy a hedge. Why do I only get better help ads on YouTube nowadays? Do I need therapy after being married to you? Maybe. Good morning, Gherk, from my sunny Southern California. What's up, man? Puts, take your win. Don't go for the home run. That always works. Look at you, single-handedly fighting greed in the market. Palms are sweaty, knees weak, palms are heavy. He's trading stocks already, gains are steady. He's nervous, but on the surface, he's calm and ready to seize the moment. These charts are confetti. Okay. So we got a little bit of a recovery here. Buying another one of those feels fucking stupid, though. See if they can still keep swinging the trend, I guess. Don't want like 60, 75. 60, 70? It's too much money. $4? Jesus Christ, calls are fucking so overpriced. It's a $10 spread for $5. You're gonna be shitting me. right. And then add one more of these. It's back above 16. The video is trying to recover. NQ. NQ found a bounce. Little one. Okay. Baiting the market up with limit sells on my puts. Have bulls considered DRSing their calls? Might go a long way toward turning this thing around. I don't know about that. I'll be boofing tricks behind the dumpster well into my 90s because of Jimmy. RC is a hedgy plant, and I'm glad his dog passed. Jesus, man. Okay, so Bounce is doing the thing almost. How short-lived is this? Do I need to start getting BetterHelp ads for listening to the dance for so long? Maybe. I don't know if this is going to be short-lived or if this is the first step to them recovering some of the ground they lost this morning. VIX over 16, not great for them. So unless they can edge fucking VIX back down sub 15 or sub 16 substantially, they're gonna get fucking hung up here on top of their Vega risk. I don't trust it either. And puts are dirt cheap, so it's even less trustworthy. They are buying a lot of out of the money calls, but people are also buying equivalent puts. Does he have a hard time getting Todd out of his box today? It looks like he's at least pretending to work now. Hmm. What the fuck? Yes, failing the upside early. Are the bulls seizing the moment? Because puts are cheap. They are. They're trying to seize the moment, but puts just keep coming in. And what was the BlackRock sign I saw in the background for a second? I don't know what you're talking about. Get ready to rip. Kashkari is speaking. Jimmy gonna finish at 20:01 this Friday, isn't it? Just let me know now. Is that really a concern at this point? It's trading at 1936. Fuck are you worried about? I ate a balloon knot yesterday. It tasted like a penny. You shouldn't pick your balloon knots up off the street. This feels really bearish, but then also inverse head and shoulders. It's very much an inverse head and shoulders. I think the trend is reversed. Well, they're trying to reverse the trend, but they're not. They're not quite successful at it yet. We'll see how it goes. Probably going to take some time. If they could squeeze out the in the money puts, they can really move this up. But so far, they've been very unsuccessful doing that. Any thoughts on the frantic first two candles, then immediate sell off on Fubo this AM? No. Probably just some like FTD covering or something. That usually is what happens at market open. Didn't you say inverse head and shoulders are the worst signal to trade? No? Descending wedges are the worst signal to trade. I said trading things that aren't inverse head and shoulders is a bad idea. Because that happens a lot. People will take any V-shaped recovery and be like, this is an inverse head and shoulders, like the butterfly guy meme. But it's not. Inverse H&S mean up or down? I mean, they generally mean up. Didn't you say the makeshift bat signal I made was the worst signal to trade? That was pretty terrible. Still better than Vela clusters, but who would be trying to pump this back up? I thought the big boys were out. They're not out entirely. They're definitely not out at 44.50. They pulled back some of their exposure at 45.50 and 45.25, a little bit at 4,500 last week. Got you. So in the case if it breaks down, then that would be quite bearish. Yeah. But we've got what? Probably there. Ah, come on, what the fuck? Mm, mm. It'll become easier for them to drive VIX down in the latter part of the day, too. So the most important thing here for bulls is they don't lose too much ground at 44.50. And ideally they can keep 44.50 out of the money into the like mid-afternoon. If they can do that, there's some chance at a recovery. Which is worse? Elliott waves? Elliott waves kind of just suck. Tesla getting beaten to a pulp? Has anything to do with the consistent price cuts on their vehicles? It has to do with a lot of factors. Um, Price cuts on their vehicles is definitely one of them. I mean, that's what hurt them most at earnings, right? But global demand for autos, new autos, has been declining rapidly. Lending is tightening. They sell expensive cars, right? Still in New York City, having the time of my life. I just logged on. What happened to the market this time? Why are we dumping so hard today? I love you. um, China had a rate cut last night, which had a pretty big impact on the markets. There's a few fears that are stirring about Biden cutting off U.S. investments to China, although there's nothing official on that front yet, and nobody really knows how the House is going to react to the executive order. But and then this morning, import and exports were way the fuck up, like import export prices, which means that the the deflationary trend or disinflationary trend that the bulls keep saying isn't over despite PPI and CPI coming in hot is definitely not as disinflationary as they thought it was. Which trading method is worse and you hate the most? Fib or Elliott wave? I mean, at least Fib has. They're both just bullshit, right? They're like astronomy. I would say more people use Fibonacci. So if you find a stock that's like heavily desk traded, you might have better success with fib levels. Wyckoff is price and volume analysis. It's actually super accurate, but the time frames are very long. It's no good for trading. Wyckoff's a great way to determine like buy-ins and exits for like long hold positions. The realization of like one phase of Wyckoff can be months to a year. Astrology, yeah. Sorry, I haven't had a lot of caffeine yet, and I didn't get any sleep. I know astronomy's real. Kirk's a flat earther. How old are desk traders usually? All usually older, 30 plus. It's not like a entry level position. I trade at my desk and I'm 12. Astronomy's bunk. Johannes Kepler was full of shit. Uh, it's the beginning of a confirmation. So this is the breakout from the inverse head and shoulders. We'll see how far it gets. There's resistance at 4460 and 70. Although those positions could get squeezed out, which would be very bullish. Looks like some of the 4450s got squeezed a little bit on that bounce though. 4460 calls coming in, 65s. Calls coming in across the board, like all the way up to. They're still coming in like all the way up to 4490. Can they do it? Hmm. Did I try to bet on this bullshit? I don't want August 18. Get the fuck out of here. Um, like 60, 65. 70's better. 65, 70. Buy. 150. Seriously, do you know why Nvidia is pumping so hard in the past 2 days? Okay, so yesterday, Nvidia was looking pretty bearish, right? There's a big pile of fucking puts like at 400, and a shitload of sold calls to the upside. Um, but on yesterday morning's bounce, they were able to squeeze some of the like 410 and 420 sold calls, and as these pulled back, Nvidia fucking ripped, and then that pushed out the 430 and the 440 calls that were sold as well. Right now it's pressuring like 445 and 450s. If it squeezes these out, it's gonna go up even higher. It's also got, you know, like a pretty nice bounce off of, I guess that was like delta neutral, right? No, not quite delta neutral. A bounce back above gamma neutral. So the hedge flipped yesterday when we crossed like 430, and call interest picked up massively. So once that like pattern of, you know, short calls pulling back and then pressuring further out of the money short calls starts occurring on Nvidia, it'll just run until there's a consensus of short call selling on like a specific strike. Does that make sense? That's why I waited so long yesterday morning to see, like, before entering a put position, because I wanted to see if the short calls started to pull back, and then they did. So I went long, and then I got stopped out at like 432, but it just kept going. GME's doing a thing. If by doing a thing you mean going down, then yeah. I'm not reading that Pyrex 76. It's nonsense. So are you gonna start accumulating puts on Nvidia once you see stagnation in these upper levels? I mean, it depends on how high it drives up, but I'm definitely willing to buy more at the money puts once it stabilizes. Earnings is coming up though, so I'm going to be buying calls as well. Is there a megaphone on futures 15-minute? Yes. Is there still a play there to shorten a video with SLD into the latter half of this week? Yes, if it stabilizes. So if we get like a big chunk of calls getting sold at 450 and they don't get squeezed out, then yeah, there's probably an opportunity there to capture some downside. I don't know if it's going to go back to like 400, but it may swing back down to like the 430s or 420. At what point is this reverse head and shoulders confirmed? I mean, it's already confirmed, right? We already tested the neckline. And now we're looking to see if we get a continuation, right? So this is done, basically. And now we're just looking for persistence in the uptrend, which they should be able to leverage, although 460 is kind of resistance. So it may be like we test the upper range here and then like find stability between and like between 455 and 460 or 4455, sorry, and 4460. And then as if that continues to prompt put selling off and more calls coming in, we might be able to move up again later in the day as volatility grinds down. But there's still really significant put resistance at 44.60 and 44.70. Just get up there. So basically we want to clear this range. Above that it gets bullish. If this rejects, that's pretty bad. Then we might just end up like doing this for the second half of the day. Price discovery is a joke. The safe play for reverse head and shoulders, would it be the continuation after it's been confirmed? Um, I mean, the safe play would have been to go long, like here, on the reversal. Well, I guess you probably wouldn't have gotten that entry, but like there. Uh, so there's an entry if this retests. There's also an entry if this fails back to the trend. But right now, I probably wouldn't take an entry on it. What you'd be looking for like bullish confirmation would be a bounce somewhere in here, right? Higher than the prior trend. So like say it finds support at where's 45.50 or 44.55, sorry. 44.55 would be like right there. So you'd want to see it bounce higher than that. It bounced like 50 cents. I woke up late. My long dated puts from last night printed. What do I do now? I mean, I don't know. You could take some profits and re enter them, or just hold on to them and average them down. It's up to you. If we filled this morning's gap today, that would be fucking nuts, right? That wouldn't happen, would it? And Q's recovered like 40 BPS now. Fixed futures are starting to break down a little bit, but not much. Dixie's dropping a little. Oil's recovering a bit. Back above 81. Oil futures are back above 81. Let me look at NQ. Hmm. That's still pretty far off. Where's the 55 level? I smell desperation, and this time it's not me. I have a bird friend that's going through some problems related to migration. What can I do to help them? Have you taken any, like, crocodile close quarter combat classes? Over the last two trading days have been difficult to capitalize on. Yesterday was pretty easy. It just went, like, straight up all day. What's up, Pyrex77? No sell, no sell, no bury, no furry. If we close under 44.70, more ups tomorrow, probably. I'm thinking SPY 825, 445p. If I can get a fill under $3 for possible end of week, beginning of next week downside. That doesn't seem unreasonable. Starting to lose the fucking 44.55 level here. That's not good. What's ES doing? Alright, so ES is retesting the upside of its downtrend. 44.70 level is getting rejected. Why am I so fucking orange? It's true, none of us are real. Did you eat any carrots lately? I eat carrots all the time. Too much carrot juice? I don't drink carrot juice. You're busy working the chocolate factory. You got any futures contracts lined up to buy? 44.75 would be convenient for me to close my calls. Thanks. No. Hmm. Well, that found no fucking bullish support. Let's see. Her interest broke down a little bit on the bounce, but not much. And it could just pick right back up again. They're very well positioned to take advantage of any downside. Hmm. Ooh. That's bearish. VIX back above 16. Kirk is a carrot. Thanks, Dork. Don't die on me, husband. We have so many years of marriage ahead of us. No, we don't. We still have an upward trend out the money, at least. Yeah. I know we talked about the 210 strangle on J&J a few weeks ago. It's still going on to this day. Could you explain more of the strategy behind a strategy that uses this much volume? I mean, institutions want to be able to exercise their shares. I would say more than anything, it's a hedge. Big boy hedge? Yeah. Well, I mean, J&J is like what, the 14th largest company in the S&P 500? Okay, that's a little more bullish. This is a nice recovery. stop my calls as they cross the trend, then rip back up. Looks like your calls weren't the only ones they got stopped out. When Carrot Financial. Okay, I'm not that orange. That was a little shakeout when they broke it below the trend line. Yeah. They definitely got a nice fat stack of stop loss hunting done. So they still need to push above 4460 to kind of trigger any squeeze in the short positions though. So if they just fail here again, right? Like they didn't really accomplish anything with the pump. Kirk is so orange, nothing rhymes with him. Wow, that's a low blow, man. Upstart's just hanging out. Can we poke it with a stick? I mean, Upstart's in a really good position if indexes start to run. 35 puts will close, 35 calls will go in the money. And then Gamma's pretty flat, like all the way up to $40. And J&J shares that are allocated to transfer to KView, are they in transit? Are in transit. Are they J&J or KView or both? They're KView. They're just not distributed for 180 days. Is 4,500 still coming before end of tomorrow? I mean, let's worry about 4470 and 75 first. Is Fossil a good LTH pickup at these prices? Let me ask you this. When was the last time you heard somebody bring up owning a Fossil watch? If your answer is after 2001, you're lying to me. Two thousand. Greg, my KView calls are up 20%. What do? Do whatever you want with them. My high school girlfriend and I would walk through the malls. I think she had a Fossil watch. Okay, I believe that. When they can't afford a Rolex, they try to talk about how nice Fossil is. Swatch greater than Fossil. I'm not getting involved in these petty feuds. Girk the Orange, a stock market king, dreams of fortunes, oh what a thing. He's gonna forange, make his portfolio sing. In the world of finance, he's got that zing. Really? You rhymed orange with... Forange isn't even a fucking word. What does anything rhyme with orange? There's gotta be something. What about like syringe? You could probably make syringe work. Hard orange. Maybe. You could say oranges and syringes. Door hinge. Yeah, door hinge would work too. Eminem has 15 rhymes for orange? Really? I'd believe that. These nuts orange. Ooh. All right, Bulls are back in it. Praise the sun, the Bulls are here. Jesus Christ. $44.7. 44.7. 45? What do I have? I have 45, right? Yeah, okay. 45 to 52, 50 to 60. That works. Upstart, suck my dick. What the fuck, man? Everyone bailed on their Upstart weeklies first thing this morning. Lame. Can I highlight the range that we need to break through? Let's see, it's right there. It's right there. I'll make these white so they're visible. Boom. We need a Bulls are back in town song for turnarounds. Are we never going to be able to sell decent CCs on GME again? I'd sold some at 20. I mean, historically, this is the worst time to sell them. Like when GME's getting shorted below delta neutral, usually covered calls start to get pretty bad. Ideally, when you sell your covered calls, when it runs, you sell them for when it does this. And then when it falls below delta neutral, you can buy them back. Birds aren't real. 2 pints of milk. But I like it. Keep dropping bars. We'll see where it goes. For the love of God, make those lines porous. They're not. They are fucking hard resistances. Are we bulling or bearing today? Well, bulls are trying to bull. Bears are trying to bear. We'll see who wins. What's Starfield? Kashkari says the housing market seems resilient and has bottomed and is now recovering. How does he know it's recovering? Insider trading. Next big game by Bethesda? Ah, okay. Just let me know when I can play it on my Samsung refrigerator. I'm not sure if my message went through before because of the Wi-Fi situation on this plane. There's a rather large female trying to slick talk me. How do I tell her my bull mayo is a no-go? I don't know, maybe you could ask the captain to turn on the fasten seatbelt signs? You should really bring flashcards for situations like this. Or just start drinking until it's a go. Watch Barbie trailers. No, I didn't watch the Barbie movie. Or Oppenheimer. Kashkari said he expected the housing market to tank because of rate hikes, but the fact that it didn't is bullish. Declared it a bottom. That seems like he's reaching a bit, right? Do you have any notion of where SPX might end up end of day? Not at all. SLD starts tomorrow. X looks like it's starting a wide V for the day, back to 3250. I love the technical wide V. Um, it's recovering a bit, although it looks more like maybe 31 and a lot less like 32. See, I'm welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. Was SLD short for salad? Supplemental liquidity deposits. We go down during because people don't like vegetables? Who doesn't like vegetables? That's, never mind. I actually know people who won't eat vegetables. They're gonna die. Thoughts on Elon getting the X ticker and taking Twitter back public? Possible? Why does he need the X ticker? You do know that Elon's not the one trying to like buy out X, right? I know it's on the fucking line. Why does Elon do most of the things he does? True. I assume small penis, but maybe not. Cleveland Cliffs wanted to purchase some of the USS mines in northern Minnesota. That's okay if the veggies are slathered in dip or peanut butter. Sure. I mean, peanut butter is not probably that bad. Dip might not be great. After 6 months of eating all meat, I'm gonna die 60 pounds lighter. We're hitting 4430. Why do you think that? Because I have 0 GTE puts. That's my thesis. I don't think we're hitting 4430, but if we were to fail 4450 significantly. and VIX ramps back up again, that's where delta neutral is. In a desperate attempt to be cool with the people he thinks are cool because he was bullied maliciously in South African high school and was pushed down a flight of stairs and got a permanent scar. If he'd had hair to protect him, he wouldn't be in that situation. Surely Bonnie Tyler, Total Eclipse of the Heart for a turnaround song. That's the bearish. That's the bearish one though. Same. I cut out all vegetables and sugar, down 95 pounds in 5 months. This sounds like a good way to like die. I have some concerns I need you to address. One, why am I the only black man on this plane? Discriminatory seating policies? Since I'm the only black man, why wasn't I upgraded to first class for free? Sweet summer child. That's not how that works. Bipolar Bear is doing a half square cosplay day. He fluctuates between that and extreme bouts of bullishness, hence his name. Wait, Rims and Tims, is Jordan Peele doing a remake of Snakes on a Plane? Get the fuck off. Cut out all vegetables and sugar and any food that has calories. Down 45 pounds in 1 week. Zero DTEs are really a great diet program. So you've ixnayed your food budget to buy more zero DTEs? I like this. That motherfucker is not real. I think I saw that video. Did Halfskirt sue the priest? No. Is that why I haven't seen him? Or is it because I don't go to the poor chat? It's because he got banned. Didn't she release a new video? I don't know. I would assume yes, because there's no way that you could capture all of that crazy in one 15-second clip, right? You put another line on the chart, but make it a green line and call it the uppy line? No, I don't think so. She has an apology video? for what? Was I mean, there's probably a lot more to this story than I know, but why was my comment deleted? Is that a YouTube fluke? I don't know. If it didn't show up in the chat though, it might have gotten blocked. Maybe they started for selling for SLD with the news last night. That's possible. Should you draw a line to where Kenny touched the chart? So somewhere around right here. I've been on a call. What are your thoughts on the pump? It looks kind of lame right now. Yes, it does. But it's persistent, which is more important than how lame it looks. When full port we? What the fuck is WE? WeWork? Aren't they going bankrupt? Yeah? Okay. It looks like the shorts already got out. I thought you were drawing a peener there for a second. Says a lot about me. Thanks, Fret Technician. Does it close at 44.69 impact the veracity of the SLD green slime dump? Well, I actually really hope it does close at 44.65. That'd be fucking awesome. Did you forget Rev? This chat loves companies going bankrupt. Why? Did everyone forget Rev? Some guy on Wall Street bet full ported WeWork. Genius. I've been in a call, but I urgently need to know. What do you think of Carly Rae Jepsen's hit single "Call Me Maybe"? Is your opinion in line with the other Gherks? Shit. We didn't confer. I assume it is. Yeah. I was 6 during my physical. The doctor made me leap from one end of the room to the other like a frog. Is that a normal request? No, but if you did it, it's pretty funny. One second. If you think leaping like a frog is weird, wait until you hear about the duck walk to get into the military. Jesus, Upstart's dead as fuck. It's really not doing a lot today. But it's not exactly like markets are surging higher here, right? Ooh, Vic shooting up again. Well, we tested 44.76 on futures. Now we're getting a bit of a rejection. 5 minutes still looks pretty decent. Interesting. Is this a stop loss hunt, or is this going to keep pushing? So I piggyback off the Carvana Pickles pick and added more theta after the move and bought 35p last week with some profits. I just want to make sure I'm seeing it correctly. I haven't looked at it in a couple days, but yeah, I mean, you can continue to follow the move down. Next PT would be around like 35. I think I rolled forward some of my puts there, but I'm not sure. I might not have. I know I still have some August 18 bear call spreads open. I should probably just close those. But yeah, I think you're correct that there's probably a continuation there. A failure of 35, probably back to like 3270, maybe even like back to 29, like that 29, just under 30. Stop loss hunts or bulls losing T? Well, that was a pretty hard rejection on ES, so we'll see if they're able to recover. This can go a little bit lower before they do. Might retest futures. We'll see. A recovery here would be a little better. If it slips down like another $2, that might not be so bullish. Right, so we'd be we kind of want to see volume recover here and not fill the lower range. If it starts to like fill in under this, that could be a breakdown. That's offset where I draw it, isn't it? Just to be like, fucking piece of shit. We don't want to see it break the trend line. That's good enough. Ooh. Is it gonna push through? Bounce here. Maybe one more down tick. SPX test 44.51. Yeah, but the stop loss hunt can get a continuation, right? If it stops enough shit. So tell you what, doctor's offices and animal walks, the market doesn't like it. Mix is gonna break 16 again if this continues to push. 12 o'clock. $44.50 gamma's up. Out of the money call game is still building. 44.60, 65, 70, 75, 70, 60. All right. Somebody put in a limit order for call profits and immediately tanked the price. I mean, futures double topped at the 44 like 75 resistance and then failed. So this could still recover really quickly off of the failure, but it definitely saw a pretty decent sell off there. Not too high volume, definitely not as high volume as earlier in the day, but not insignificant either. So 44, 51, 59. That's close. We have a second. Can you check Baba on the weekly? Does that count as an inverse head and shoulders with the length of the right shoulder? I can tell you already, no. You shouldn't really be using like momentum signals on weekly time frames. Why did you draw that as an uptrend instead of a bear flag by including the volatility at the start? I mean, bear flags are uptrends. It is a bear flag. Did you hold off on NVIDIA calls? Not really. Is a better put entry or in danger of pushing up more now? Let's see. I mean, I don't know if it's really squeezed out the 44.45 sold calls, but maybe a little bit. 44.45 calls are in the money. If it can inch a little higher, maybe the 44.750s. That might start to pressure the 450. Upstart below risk. You already cut? Or the weekly chart more important than daily action? I'm not super concerned with Upstart falling back to 34. If it loses these levels, mm, and it's starting to. Yeah, if it slips below like 33.84, I'll probably cut it. 33.79? Like 33.80. Did they capitulate on sold puts yet? No? Thanks, Gurk. I got puts. Nice, dude. S6 bounces back here or consolidates for more downs. Oh, we're going to find out here in a second, right? They didn't lose VIX 16, so they managed to turn that around. See if futures push back for 44.75. How would a multi-million-dollar bid side, zero DTE bid side, put trade cause SPX to go down in price rapidly? Is there some sort of market reaction to large orders like that? It seems backwards. I'm not really sure that a multi-million-dollar bid side put order is the only thing that caused it to go down. You have a lot of stop losses in place, right? And then you had the rejection on futures, which had a pretty volumetric sell-off. Both sides appear stubborn. I mean, bears are significantly advantaged and bulls are highly at risk. I don't think it's really a case of stubbornness, is more like desperation. FOMC minutes come out at 2 o'clock. Would you say that the overnight drop significantly altered the Upstart weekly play? Not particularly. Below 35 kind of sucks, but we're not far enough away from it that I'm particularly concerned right now. NVIDIA continues to climb, and that's gonna keep pressuring bots, right? And QQQ is it keeps slipping, but on the upside, it's trying to perform better. And if QQQ and NVIDIA move, Upstart will just follow suit, right? Liquidity is not great there right now. FOMC minutes gonna make VIX go up again? They shouldn't be very impactful. I mean, they're usually not, right? Usually there's like just like a whole bunch of speculation and neutral positioning that surrounds them, and then nothing happens. I think the Fed's already made its forward plans pretty clear, and I don't think the minutes are going to surprise anybody, but maybe the real question with the minutes tomorrow is, are they still predicting a recession? And yet publicly not. But that's been going on for like a couple months now, right? Where the minutes have indicated that there's an expectation for a recession into the end of 23, beginning of 24. And yet the Fed presidents have been pretty adamant that they don't see a recession in sight. This looks like selling before the deposit period begins tomorrow. No, not really. Also, OPEX is dead for Jimmy because nobody gives a fuck about it anymore. Do you agree? I mean, Jimmy's at least getting shorted this time, which is better than we've seen over the last like 9 months, but that doesn't mean we're going to see any significant call interest in the OPEX period. So, yeah, could be. Are we just going to bounce around 100 BPS every day until something breaks? Rule of 16, Bob. A sell of puts could cause a sell of futures? It could. It depends on how the market maker is positioned. Question: Hollywood gave some concessions to the strikers. If the strike ends, do you think that's bullish or bearish on all the stream tickers? I don't think it's immediately impactful at all. Unless the concessions they give are exorbitant, in which case it would be bearish. But I mean, getting productions spun back up on everything's gonna take a while. Even if they are able to solve the current issue, right? Rule 34 is better. Swellow's hitting my stop by like $2 and then bouncing the opposite direction. What are you gonna do? So I'm itching to sell calls on Nvidia for a bear call spread. Tell me not to. That sounds really stupid. Why? Just because the premiums are high? You're in an increasing IV environment because earnings are coming up. This is not a good time to short vol. Bull's just getting zero traction today. I mean, they've gotten some traction. They didn't fail. They didn't let 44.50 fail. So, I mean, it's, don't get me wrong, it's not great, but it's better than nothing. Nvidia could rip face on earnings. Nvidia get rip face into earnings. One of the big issues is that broadcast windows are coming up, and if they don't go to camera by September, they won't have new content in time. I knew I shouldn't, but I burned myself selling out of my bullish spread this morning when it was down. So just, I mean, like, you took the loss, just walk away. You don't need to keep trying to play it from a losing position. Psychologically, that doesn't seem like a great idea. You either have the patience of a god or hide it well. I don't know how you answer the same 5 questions 8 hours a day. I mean, sometimes I get pissed off. It depends on how repetitive it is. September is when football is. I think they'll be fine. No. Less confidence in SLD price action because no pump. I mean, we had a bit of a pump yesterday, right? Yeah, well, actually, yesterday we had a big pump. Um, I'm not. I mean, I'm not confident, or I don't have confidence or lack confidence in SLD, right? It's not like a thing that you can predict the scale of. It either happens or doesn't, right? It's simply just a mechanic with defined dates. In hindsight, you can use it to analyze forward price action, or what you think, the effects of greater margin or lower margin deposits would indicate. But trying to use it as a predictive tool is a terrible fucking idea. Are you in your J&J completely yet, or are you still entering slowly? I haven't bought anything on J&J today yet, but I'm going to buy more. Is SPX looking more bearish on the 5 and 15? I mean, the 5's kind of like a bear flag breakdown and recovery. Um, Provided it continues to recover. So I wouldn't say that looks particularly bearish, or at least it doesn't look like a continuation of bearishness yet. Although too early to tell. I would say the 15's roughly the same. Like, this could keep breaking down, obviously, which would be a bearish breakdown of the bear flag, which is what a bear flag would lead you to expect. Except on indexes, bear flags are not reliably a bearish signal. So if it stabilizes and recovers, we could see another retest of like that 44.75 ES level. And that's key, right? On whether the end of the day is going to be, if we're going to see continued recovery into the end of the day or not. Alternatively, if we fail 44.50 again with any kind of momentum, which is something that both sides have had a hard time building in this range, you know, we can move down to like delta neutral. So right now we're just kind of sitting around waiting for momentum to pick up in either direction. When do all those sold puts expire? They're all over the place. They're fucking August 18, they're September 15, they're October, December, Jan. They've sold them pretty far out. No, it's not just this Friday. Yeah, they've been sitting pretty deep underwater on the positions for over a week. The 4450s are still underwater, and only like half of those expire this Friday. The rest of them are out on like September 15th. Same with the 4425 and 4500. They pulled back some risk last week, right? On our like big down days. I fell below risk, so I sold. I mean, you could have waited before entering. Like it was below risk at market open, right? So if you waited for like some of the morning volatility to break down, then you know you could have waited to pick up your positioning and given it a little breathing room instead of just jumping right in at market open. Hmm. AMC nearing 1,000% bar rate. Do you have any thoughts about it? Still a burning trash pile? Yeah, and that's not the prime borrow rate. That's just the retail borrow rate. The last time we checked the like AMC's borrow rate was roughly where it is now. And the prime rate was like 4%. So any more Range Rover hot takes? They're just pieces of shit. I mean, if you lease it and you have a warranty, then who cares? But other than that, I would never buy one. They're also ugly. KVU going dumb right now, but J&J's being a dud. I mean, it looks like they're just trying to push J&J back into that upper range for the conversion. As a fellow New Yorker, do you fold always? How does positioning look for SPX? The same. Puts loaded at 44, 50, 60, and 70. Buying options isn't supposed to be like the Normandy Beach landing scene from Saving Private Ryan. Yeah, no. Are you expecting any more potential upside realization for Upstart? If the market turns around, yeah. You can pretty much just ignore Upstart entirely and watch QQQ and NVIDIA. You don't even need to look at Upstart. Its price and levels are pretty irrelevant compared to the effect the other two have on it. Are options on target so high right now? Even far out of the money, they're more expensive. On target because the market maker's pricing in a move to the upside, and vol's kind of high, right? I mean, for target it is. There's a bunch of volume for Friday, 4500p. Does it look like they're reducing exposure of sold puts or loading up more? They're probably trying to reduce exposure. I mean, they have VIX expiration tomorrow, so they've got to pull it back, whether they pull it back at a loss or not, because the loss can increase, right? You have not infinite downside risk on sold puts, but you do have a lot of downside risk. I made bad decisions at the start of the day, and now I'm down, but I don't want to accept it because I didn't manage risk. Why don't I learn? I don't know. Work on your discipline. Don't take a position just for the sake of taking one, right? Take a position because you have a thesis. You have a plan. Is it risky to enter upstart positions here? I mean, a little bit, yeah. The market's not in a great spot. It'd probably be better to enter them if there was some kind of confirmed recovery instead of just sideways chop between sold puts and bought puts. Target earnings are tomorrow. Oh, there you go. Are you a pumpkin guy? No. Hmm. I've really made so little progress on vol here. Fucking China. You think they managed to steer over 44.50? That way we pump in the late afternoon when zero DTEs get cheaper. I mean, I think that's what they're trying to do, right? You get the charm decay on your side on the 44.50 strike, and then try to push the 60 and 70 back out of the money. The question is, can they hold 44.50 into the middle of the day? Because if they lose it right now, they're fucked. Can someone day trading just pull a quick straddle at this spot? You could. Yeah. That's an option, but we could also just end up trading flat into the end of the day, right? And then a straddle would suck. Like, there's no momentum. And if you're not getting any, like, realized price volatility, straddles are kind of shit. So, yeah, this is going to probably break one direction or another, but it may not do it today. Can NVIDIA go ahead and undo what it did yesterday? Target's chart is looking really bearish. It doesn't matter, right? Consumer spending is up. Consumer discretionary spending's up. It should benefit them over the last quarter. Also, just don't play fucking earnings. It's down 46% amid the fear of the lawsuit that they didn't do well enough and didn't turn power off early enough in the recent wildfire. Good time for long calls. It could be. Although, I think it's yet to be determined how at fault they are. So it could be a long time before there's any kind of recovery. And if they are at fault, people are probably going to remain pretty afraid, right? Like investors are going to remain spooked because then it's going to start to look like PG&E back when they got fucked over by the wildfire lawsuits. You briefly mentioned that the indication is that the sold puts are one or two entities. Can you go over how you came to that conclusion? There are two. So when the positioning comes in, it's generally in like single block orders or like via constant buying or selling of the strike, right? And they come like the bot, like the zero DTE bot calls and sold puts come in at the exact same time. Um, when the positions are rolled, they're all rolled to the same level. Sometimes within like a couple hundred OI of each other. So there's no variance in the position size as they like roll up zero DTEs and keep like pumping the price higher. It's too coordinated for it to be more than like one or two entities. Just ban Walken. He's insane. But he pays me to be insane. Watkins Ko-Fis make up 32% of Girk's daily income. This is true. I wouldn't want to be in B of A's shoes right now. Why? I see that you've decided to land on B of A here. If you could put up a percentage of likelihood of SLD being significant this month, what would you assign it at roughly? You can't. Or a potential range if risk off would amplify.
That we could probably figure out to some degree. I mean, we're gonna run into some resistance at delta neutral. Um, I don't know if it would turn around at delta neutral. This is fucked. Are they gonna fucking test? Jesus Christ. 16. Hold on. Hmm. Wait till the Bears find out about zero GTE puts. They're exploring that today. Bought and bin him. I don't care enough to be fair. Fair enough. Oh. That's on bailing on 915, 355 Microsoft calls at 355. I bought them when we were trading at 350 a month ago. Didn't. Didn't want to take profits on those at any point. Um, what makes you think Microsoft is going back to 355? Oh, you have 355C. Yeah, it doesn't look particularly good. I don't know how much theta you have left on them, but right before earnings. What's their potential for the next few days? Or would theta just destroy the contracts if held? Theta's already destroyed the contracts. I mean, I would just cut them, right? If you can. I'm staying. I'm only staying in the 35s. I already cut the 40 and 37.50s. If it breaks back up above 35, I'll pick them back up, but there's no reason to just hold them. I can't close anything in this account. Remember that. So if I open something in this account and it goes the wrong way, it's just going to die. Looks like it's going to continue down. Are calls capitulating at all? I mean, what calls? If this keeps heading down, I'm assuming we'll bounce on DN. If we break through it, we're heading to 4,400. Yep. We'd probably confirm that on a breakdown of 4420. 4420, 25. This is getting like real close to their risk tolerance. If vol picks up here and they lose traction on 4450 and their Vega risk starts to slip, they're fucked. So they have to try to recover here. I don't think they could pull off another bounce like they got this morning. In the event of a hard correction, are you turning the stream off until it's bottom? No? Well, I don't know. Probably not. Unless brokers start going down and shit and I have to manage stuff. I might not be participating in the stream a lot, but I don't see any reason I can't leave it running. TLT starting to slip after getting pumped all morning. Yeah, how are yields looking? $20 at 4.48. Dixie's starting to recover a little bit. Oil slipped back down again. Yes. Might be bouncing here. Which should mark a higher low, but it's still garbage. And NQ. Yeah, NQ just really can't get a fucking foothold anywhere. Tech's too divergent, right? We got, like, Nvidia's doing okay today, but Netflix is alright. But Meta's down like 1%. Apple's down almost 1%. Amazon's down 2%. I don't think SPR is doing very well. SR, which one is it? The equal weight. Equal weight's underperforming too. 1 second. Volume. Yeah, RSP's just kind of falling off a cliff today. Russell's down really bad. So's Dow. Dow kind of might be an effect of like the Empire State Manufacturing Index today coming in so low. For a while there, it was kind of the bright spot of showing a little bit of like growth and expansion, where the vast majority of the other uh like industrial regions were falling behind really hard, and now it's also slipped. Would you cut ZOM 110Cs for September at break even currently? Yeah, if you haven't taken profit on them, you'll probably get another entry opportunity once oil kind of stabilizes a bit. But what's a good PT for J&J and KView? I don't have any. Manage your positions. Is DN on SPX? I couldn't find it in the daily DD, the SPX channel, Pickles Picks update, or even the secret DD. A DN on SPX? It's fucking on the chart. It's like 44.32 something. 44.32 and change. Alright, if they fucking fail on this bounce, I'm just going puts. Got it, nude PTs. We're riding into Fitches or Valhalla, though. Riches or Valhalla. No, I'm not hand holding anybody on it. It's far too complex of a play. I already outlined the minimum expectations, right? In the DD. I don't think I need to add any more to that. Nothing against you personally, but one goes up, one goes down. It's not quite that simple, but that's the gist. They have to try pushing up here, yes. And they can definitely still fail. That's fair. I understand the play. I'm just wondering more specifics. I got my numbers. I'll check my math. Yeah, I mean, it's there's too many moving parts to guide people through it, right? I mean, the essence of the play is very simple, but beyond that, it can get very complicated very quickly. I think remembering the rule to take profits will be useful. Well, then I'll have to blame myself. You. I mean, I know that if you entered any positions yesterday, you probably have seen profitability, significant profitability on both. Profits? What's that mean? I don't understand Persian. Hmm. What's up, dirty little toe beans? It doesn't seem that strong. Well, it's not going to get stronger until they break above 44.50. So there's no momentum at this level. They gotta break through the 44.50 put wall. How's ZOM looking? It's looking like it's retracting alongside oil prices. Oh, the SPX 4500 abandoned at this point. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not sure they can afford to just abandon those. I mean, they're trying to pull back some of the newer term risk on them. But the September ones and shit, I mean, they've still got to try for that. I don't see how they're successful in getting back to that range today, but would a successful bounce be like if they broke through 44.52? Ideally, 44.55. Like back up into this trading range up here. The problem on the call side is they can't really get momentum unless it breaks back up above, well, here. They need to get above 460 to really get any kind of momentum. And maybe that could catalyze some puts closing. It didn't earlier, right? It just caused people to buy even more 45.55s and 45.50s or 44.50s. So, it's not looking good. And they keep losing VIX 16. Oh, underpriced. Hmm. really scraping the bottom of the barrel for downside supports, aren't we? Yeah. And there's only one, right? Do bulls have enough time to bring this to 44.75? Yeah. I don't think they have enough momentum. What's a good price for BTU? I mean, my cost basis is like a little bit below 1860 right now. I'm pretty happy with it. China's kind of like recently re-emphasized their continued dependence on coal, so that's nice. The September calls are bought all the way up to 44.50, right? So in a perfect scenario, they need to pump it all the way to 44.50 to close upside exposure profitably. I don't really think they're that concerned with closing it profitably. They're losing control of short vol, right? And they're losing control of it really rapidly. I think they care about removing as much of their Vega risk as they feasibly can before they fully lose control, right? Upstart double bottom? Sure. It's within a tight enough range. Futures is starting to break up from its descending wedge. A little bit. It's weak though. Still not a lot of volume. Alright, I guess let's see if they can bounce it here. This'll be their shot. Mm. Coal powered EVs. Not kidding. Is this SLD? And SLD starts tomorrow. I'm almost done with uni. Can I still read those books you mentioned and paper trade for a year to stop being poor? Or is it a different world now? I don't think a lot's changed. I mean, you can still make money trading. Can you do it? I don't know, but I mean, you could try. Nvidia's catching a little bit of momentum. All right, there's a decent VIX short. I've sold 70s, so I can't do that. I could do 55, 65. 465. What the fuck's wrong with the 65? Oh, yeah, that would suck. 66. Max loss is 340. Hmm. Alright, let's see where this goes. Where did you say most puts built up were? 4450. But the strongest levels are 50, 60, and 70. If the Bulls can get this over 65, can't they just pump recklessly? They need to get it over 70 to do that. They might need to pump recklessly anyway just to get it to 70. If this rips into close, would you sell bear calls at the top or just put bias a straddle? Probably put bias a straddle. I don't think selling. Yeah, with VIX this high, I don't think selling bear calls into close is a good idea. Futures is pushing, but it's got no volume, right? So we still need to see. We probably still need to see a test of like 44.76. It is persistent though. Like the volumes very directional, but it's not a lot of volume yet. I don't know if that's gonna get better. Should. See if they start trying to ladder up above 44.60. Hmm. Gamma flip's moving down now again, so More out of the money call buying. The 4460 strikes a little bit weaker. We've got decent call volume at 60, 65, and 70. Kind of falls off after 70. So we'll see what happens with that. They're talking about 0 DTE bear calls or bear calls with theta. 0 DTE bear calls? Today's price action seemed like one big extended shakeout. Yeah. They used to pump a lot harder. Someone big went from pumper to bear mode for sure, right? I don't really think today's price action's any indication of that, though. I mean, today the bulls just opened in a really disadvantageous spot. It's not really taking a lot of put buying to keep the prices down. Meanwhile, it would take a lot of call buying to drive them back up again. Failure here would be pretty bad. Yeah. We'll see what happens. Futures is taking a little break. God, I fucking hate descending wedge breakouts. I'm starting to think there's just no buyers on futures at any price level. Futures are testing 4470. Had a few family members empty and close their checking account at B of A. Hashtag doing my part. If you're not willing to hold your calls for 10 years, don't even think about owning them for 10 minutes. Hmm. Fuck, man. Volume's so low. $35 million volume on SPY today. Hmm. All right, so the out of the money, or well, the in the money puts are pulling back a little bit here. So some profit taking. I don't know if it's enough to take advantage of, but there's some profit taking on zero DTEs. Any hope for the Bulls in the next month? Man, this shit doesn't look good. Like the economic conditions are just worsening. Burry is just waiting for his moment to pounce. I, God, imagine getting pounced on by Burry. That sounds bad even to me. What if this time Burry got zero DTEs because he knew we all made fun of him for being too early? Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Wishful thinking, yeah. You can't help but think this has more downs in it today. It could. If we close sub 44.75 today, is that game? Or do they have time to pump it overnight before tomorrow's expiration? We could still see pumps into tomorrow. Although it'll be harder tomorrow because you have the FOMC minutes, right? Not sure if this tells you anything, but it looks like a huge bear put spread. 44.70, 55, opened on Thursday, was closed this morning. 10K contracts at both strikes. Interesting. Hmm. I wonder if that's a bear put spread. Or a bull put spread, rather. What's the difference between a strangle and a guts? There's almost never a good reason. You end up in one because you're hedging another position. We're going to 44.85 today. That's a bit overly bullish. The local B of A trader, there's been nothing but bad economic data and news for the past 3 weeks, and the market is at all-time highs. I'm thinking of adding 300 million NVIDIA. It's basically free. I mean, it would have been if you did it yesterday, right? Can you call JPOW and have him just spew bullish nonsense so we can gap fill by end of day? No. I'm hoping for 44.75. I'm not even aiming that high. I'd just be happy if they were able to push up under 44, under 44.75. I realize I miss a bunch of Sunday streams, so this is for all of those. Girk is immensely ruggedly handsome and a stack god. Cheers, man. Thanks, Baradactyl. I appreciate it, dude. Looking weak to break this 45, 50, 44, 55 level. Yeah. Spin me a bull story? I don't think there's been a fucking bull case for months. Gork stonks. Shit. Where? I'm gotta try to do something at some point, right? Ugh. Bull thesis? AI. That's a garbage thesis. $44.90 was totally reasonable yesterday. No, it wasn't. But it was a lot more reasonable than it is today. Hmm. Student loans are pausing again somehow. Would that be bullish? Because retail has more disposable income to spend. Yeah. Yeah, that'd probably be bullish. My friend's bull thesis, rich people need to put their money somewhere. They don't need to put it into equities. Could bulls be waiting for even cheaper 0 DTEs around 3 p.m.? They might be. I mean, I said before, their best bet here is to try to keep prices above 44.50 into like 2:30 or 3 o'clock. And then they can try to leverage the charm decay, like just the charm on the 44.50 strike moving into expiration. Does your gut tell you that the Bulls make it out to survive today? I mean, I'm torn. I want them to die a horrible death, but I know how much risk they have if they do, so. Still a ton of 44.50 puts right now and use credit once calls are cheap. Maybe. Although, we're not really seeing VIX get shorted very hard, right? And all the VIX shorting just keeps failing. I care less about making money and more about drawing cool line art with my portfolio all-time performance graph. Hmm. QQQ slipping. Hmm. For 40. A more downside hedge. It's just a good opportunity to buy into it. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna grab something to eat real fast. I'll be right back. All right. This just keeps looking more and more bearish. I would assume Todd's getting beaten. I feel like I feel like the call side isn't selling a lot of vol today, right? Like, I think the contractions that we've seen in volatility, or, well, VIX, throughout today have largely just been profit taking on the put side. Anything exciting for lunch today? Not really. Delta neutral's at 44.32. Big oof on PayPal. My barber just bought some the other day. Rip. I don't know why people are so bullish on that fucking thing. Bull's looking really weak. Well, yeah. I mean, I think it's double-sided. Like, they're not in a good position, and they're not trying super hard to get out of it. I mean, the only effort I really see from the Bulls today was right when we broke the resistance earlier, and in attempts to keep the price from falling too far below 44.50. But it's not like they're like going ape shit on out of the money calls. They're not shorting the fuck out of VIX. Cut and run on upstart calls. So I cut some 35s because I got a good entry on them, but I'm out of the 37.50s and the 40s. Not on this account because I can't sell them, but dude, the AMC and Bobby crowd are completely unhinged. Yeah, they are. The GME crowd's gotten pretty unhinged over the last like 6 months too. I don't know if you've been over there, but how do you think today ends? I mean, right now, momentum's skewed bearish, right? But we don't have any momentum. So it's hard to say. I don't think this looks particularly good. I mean, I could kind of just see today ending with us trading at 45 or 44.50. With what you've seen so far with VIX and the chain, is there any chance we test DN? I mean, we should have already tested it, right? With where VIX is and where put positioning is. This shit should have broken down this morning, right? But I don't think the Bulls can give up 44.50, so we're just stuck. So, I mean, something's got to break, right? Either in the money puts start taking profits, which would probably require that the Bulls pump, or the Bulls give up 44.50 and we fall to delta neutral. I don't know if that's going to happen today or tomorrow, though. I think if they weren't afraid, like if they had confidence in their positions, the Bulls would have just let it slip to delta neutral yesterday morning. In the past, they've never been afraid to let it fall below and then bounce it back over, right? They've never tried to hold up the downside until there was sufficient put capitulation. Like almost every bounce this year, we've seen the Bears just slam it below like GN or DN. And then once it's below, the Bulls go nuts, right? And they fucking just buy everything. Um but this time, they've tried to stop it at gamma neutral, they've tried to stop it at fast gamma. Now they're trying to stop it here, which is like their last line of defense before DN, right? And they've fought for every level on the way down. Because like, from a like a momentum perspective, that it would be way more advantageous to let it fall below DN and then load calls and bounce it back up. But they've avoided this completely, and there can only be a couple reasons, right? And the largest one that's very apparent seems to be the Vega risk here at 44.50. I think they're worried that if it falls below 44.50, VIX will shoot up so much they won't be able to defend the 4,400 level, and they'll just lose everything. Yeah, but shareholder equity can be destroyed in Chapter 11. Byronic. Like, in this restructuring, the company's probably going to go private. So what you're saying is we're frighteningly close to the other shoe dropping and a not soft landing. We're getting a lot closer, yeah. Spy can't go private. We just dropped a 0. Okay, Burry. When VIX goes up, what's the target here? 1,000? No. Fitch downgrade talks a cause for concern. Yeah, I mean, they've just downgraded U.S. debt. They downgraded a bunch of other, financial securities, government-backed financial securities. Moody's came out and downgraded a bunch of banks last week. Now Fitch is downgrading JPM, which is supposed to be like, the golden child of our banking system. JPM's coming in and scooping up all the failed banks because they're, super well capitalized and doing great. So it's not a good look, right? Because it's counter to the current popular narrative, and definitely, definitely against what the Fed's been saying about our banks being so strong and resilient. Why would the VIX get downgraded? Why are you so fucking awkward, bud? Have you talked about Docu and BTU lately? BTU basically every day. Docu, it's been a little while, I guess, since anybody's asked me about it. It's starting to head back into like my buy-in range. I've got some covered calls out on it. I tried playing the upside on some calls a couple weeks ago. It kind of panned out. It was moderately profitable. Yeah, then it failed again. They have earnings coming up, I think, in early September. BTU is a coal miner and just not that exciting. Ten ply, buddy. When SPX not boring anymore, I'd imagine the end of the day. Or it just stays boring all the way through. Can CAT get below 200 besides a market crash? I mean, a steep correction. It's very heavily weighted. So why not? Where can you find his J&J DD? Oh, it's in the Discord, but like the members Discord. You think the video can retest 452 today? Dear God. I mean, that'd be super cool, but Hmm. You think the Bulls will push to close today like they've been doing? I think they'll try, maybe. I think, well, it'll depend what level we're trading at as we approach close. VIX is kind of high right now. If it isn't abundantly clear, I'm ready for the bottom to give out on this piece of garbage market. Same. You can't just change trends without warning. I didn't have anything drawn. We're just chopping at the resistance. So like I can't wait for the market to crash or correct or whatever it's gonna do. It's gonna be awesome, right? But at the same time, I'm gonna continue to respect the Bulls' ability to push the fucking price up $45 whenever they feel like it. Byron talking? From the Fed. Biden. What's he talking about? Is he talking about Bidenomics? Fuck. Maybe I should have a better downside hedge. Hmm. President Biden delivers remarks on the economy. But should we listen to him?
Trickle down economics and to focus on the middle class. Because I said when the middle class does well, everybody does well. Everybody does well. The Financial Times and the Wall Street Journal started calling my plan not initially as a compliment to Bidenomics. But guess what, folks? They're talking about it differently now. It's working. It's working. I'm serious. Because we're investing in America.
Holy
According to
fuck.
Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, my plan is leading to a boom, they call a boom in manufacturing. And manufacturing investment, as you're seeing right here in this factory. Over 13.4 million new jobs, 150,000 new jobs in the state of Wisconsin. Nearly 800,000 new manufacturing jobs nationwide. More than 20,000 manufacturing jobs in Wisconsin, from Green Bay to Verona to Pleasant Prairie. We've added more jobs in 2 years than any president has in American history.
What
in a
data is
4-year
he
term.
looking at?
More in 2 than any's done in 4. And unemployment has been below 4% for the longest stretch in over 50 years. 50 years. Wisconsin's unemployment rate is just 2.5%. That's lower than it was every single month the prior administration. We've recovered all the jobs lost during the pandemic. We've added millions more. People are coming off the sidelines, getting back into the workplace. Remember a while there, they were saying, well, Biden just allowing people not to work and get paid. Guess what? The higher percentage of American workers are working today than ever before. And while unemployment is down, in case you haven't noticed, inflation is down too and it's going lower. Remember,
Hey, I think he's in a
what the
steel
experts said,
factory.
to get inflation under control, you need to
Oh
lower
fuck!
wages.
Is Biden
higher
gonna buy
unemployment.
X?
Not a
Guys,
joke.
hold
Those of
on.
your economists knows that's the economic mantra. To get inflation under control, fewer jobs, more unemployment. That's number one. And making sure that you don't have to deal with. That's what they say caused inflation. But I never thought the problem was too many people working or working people making too much money. And one reason we've seen inflation fall by 2/3 without losing jobs is that we're seeing corporate profits come back down to earth. You know, we've done more. We have more to do with inflation now. It's just about 3% now. It's predicted to go lower than that. We're near the lowest point.
All he
over
needs to
3
say
years.
right now
And
to
at
get the
same
markets to
time,
go back up
pay
is
for low-wage
I'm not going to
workers has
ban chip
grown at the
exports to
fastest
China.
rate in 2 decades. Wages are growing faster than inflation. Folks, that's Bidenomics. It's about growing an economy by strengthening the middle class.
It's about increasing wage inflation at the same relative rate or slightly slower.
And making things in America again. You know, it's in stark contrast to the conservative Republican view, the so-called MAGA view, which is focused on corporate profits. They say we should find, and the rationale up to now has been, let's find the cheapest place in the world to make our product. Let's shut down the operation in America and send it overseas. And then send the refined product back to America and sell it here. That's their philosophy. But you know who believes that? Your significant Senator, Ron Johnson. He believes outsourcing manufacturing jobs is a great thing. He's on record as saying he doesn't agree with American work. This is what he said. American workers should manufacture, he doesn't think they should manufacture products that require a lot of labor. Here's what he said, quote,
Economists?
let the billions of people around the world do that.
Did he just say Long Johnson? I don't know what he said.
You wonder why the hell we got ourselves in trouble. Well, we've been letting them do that for too damn long. It's time to build American products in America. You can see how Ron Johnson's rationale and Mega
Ron Johnson.
Between the year 2000
like Ronald.
and January 2021, Wisconsin alone lost more than 136,000 manufacturing jobs alone. I'd like to see Senator Johnson talk about those 136,000 people and tell them it doesn't matter whether you manufacture things at home or overseas. Sure as hell does, man. Not only for those 136,000
Why does he oscillate
people
between
jobs,
talking
but for
like a
their families,
90-year-old man
communities,
and a
the
30-year-old
economic
stoner
growth
that lives
generated
on
here at home?
lives in Long Beach?
Let's take a look at how the Johnson philosophy played out the real time in Wisconsin. Like in Kenosha, about 40 miles from here. There used to be a lot of people assembling automobiles there, making a direct living for their families, generating economic growth for Kenosha.
Drugs?
Until
Biden
the
must have been
most
cool to
great
hang out
growth
with
in
in his younger years.
Or take a look at Milwaukee, known as the manufacturing powerhouse for so long. That's when I got to the Senate. I've been around about 200 years. When I got to the Senate in 1973, Milwaukee was a manufacturing powerhouse. That's how it was referred to. Not a joke. Not a joke. I don't have to tell
He
anyone
needs to
in this
stop talking
audience
about
how
Johnson's. The market's
hard
gonna get a
your work
peener.
and
Maybe.
all you've done to keep the city strong. Still, by early
Nope.
2000, Milwaukee
Fluffy's
had
here.
lost around
Quick,
2
everyone,
out of
hide.
3 factory jobs. 80,000 jobs were gone. 80,000. When those jobs were lost, something else was lost as well. Pride, a sense of dignity. My dad, and I swear to God, this was his expression, used to have an expression. My dad was a high school educated guy who was well read and worked like hell. He didn't have a chance to go to college. He used to say, Joey, and this is the God's truth, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about dignity. It's about respect.
Him
About
calling
being able
his
to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. That's what a job is about. That's what a job is about. And when the breadwinner in the family loses their job, they lose their pride and the sense of dignity that goes with that. People like Ron believe that it's a good thing. The corporate American bottom line is if that's all you need to look at, it's good for America. Well, that's not my bottom line.
Why did his
From the day
dad
I
call
took
him
office, I was
Joey?
determined to turn it around with what now they're calling Bidenomics. It's one of the reasons why I fought so hard to write and get past the Chips and Science Act. We used to invest more in science and research than any country in the world. Almost 2% of our gross domestic product. Now it's about 0.7% we invest. We're the best engineers in the world. We're the
He
best
was a baby
scientists in the world. We're the
kangaroo.
best researchers in the world. What the hell are we doing? Well, guess what? That Chips and Science Act has generated $231 billion in the last 18 months in private investments making semiconductors here in America.
Is he going to mention that we don't have enough skilled labor in America to make
We,
semiconductors?
the United States, invented those semiconductors. We invented them.
Yeah, but we can't
We
make
went to the
them.
moon. They're
That
those
was
small
a long
computer
time
chips the
ago.
size of the tip of your finger, affecting nearly everything in our lives, from cell phones, automobiles, to the most sophisticated weapon systems in the world.
Whoever set up
Let me
these
give you one
mics needs to
concrete
be
example.
fired.
I remember the chairman of the largest chip maker in the world in South Korea. It's called SK, when I was in South Korea. They're investing now $22 billion, billion in America. And I asked them why. This is God's truth. Why America? And he said, number one.
People spent more money on
Look at
zero
this now.
DTs today.
Remember it. Number one, there's no safer place in the world to have my investment than the United States of America. And number two, you have the best workers in the world, and he's right. That's the truth. It's about time Ron Johnson's friend understood that. Look, folks, they think you want an IBW. I wouldn't be standing here this time without you guys. But the IBW, they think, average American, they're not being mean or anything. They think, well, to be an electrician, you say, I want to be an electrician. You get a card. 4 to 5 years of apprenticeship. Hear me? Like going back to college. 4 to 5 years. You get paid, but not nearly what you get paid when you get your card. You got to talk more about what you do and what it takes to get it done. People aren't trying to be mean, they just don't know. But I'm sure in hell telling them. The bottom line is we invented chips here in America. We used to produce them here. We used to produce 40%, and now we're bringing them back home. Thankfully. We have people like Tammy Baldwin, who championed, that's the God truth, Buy American policies leading to resurgence of manufacturing in Wisconsin and across the country. You heard me say it before. Where in God's name is it written that America can't lead the world again in manufacturing? Where is that written? Folks, nowhere. You got it. Since I took office, we've attracted more than $1.5 trillion. Let me say it again. $1.5 trillion in private investment in American manufacturing and the industries of the future. Spending on construction of manufacturing plants that need to be built nearly doubled in the last 2 years. And you know, that's not just the permanent jobs.
Oh,
Generating growth, economic growth. Look, construction jobs.
Out of the money, put interest is taking
We've added
profits.
600,000 good-paying construction jobs since I took office. When they build these plants to build these chips, guess what? They call them fabs. They're as big as football, long as football fields. That's how big they are. They're gigantic. And guess what? The people who work there, you know what the average salary is in these fabs? $116,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree. What the hell are we talking about? Folks, instead of exporting American jobs, we're
Dude, you
creating
just like
American
got
jobs,
close to the
exporting
mic.
American products. And they're being built right here in Wisconsin and places where factories have been shut down. Look what you're doing here. Your team
ASMR.
came to Milwaukee 10 years ago, thanks to tax incentive and clean energy during the Obama-Biden.
He's talking to a factory
Then
full of
exactly
people
1
that
year
make
ago tomorrow,
$60,000 a year.
I signed a significant piece of clean energy legislation combating the existential threat of climate change, the single largest investment ever anywhere in the world, without one single member of the other team voting for it. That law reauthorized those clean energy tax credits and expanded them. As a result, this company predicts that demand for the wind turbine generators, which they're making right here in this facility, will double next year. And since I took office, the private sector has announced more than $3 billion in investments, not million, billion, in investments for wind energy manufacturing in America. And by the way, it's cheaper than fossil fuels, cheaper than fossil fuels. And that's not all. Until this year, this company didn't think it made sense to make chargers for electric vehicles in the United States. But then, when I signed the bipartisan infrastructure again, which Ron Johnson and his friends didn't vote, they all voted against, that law invests $7.5 billion to build a network of thousands of electric vehicle chargers stretching across the country, including on I-94. By the way, over 500,000 of these charging stations. That's real jobs. That's real money. And by the way, my grandpa Biden, who died very young, died in the hospital I was born in 6 days before I was there, before I was born. He worked for the American Oil Company. His job was to go from town to town, expanding the American Oil Company, building new gas stations. People didn't know where they wanted a couple thousand gallons of gasoline under the ground where they are. What happens when you build a gas station? You end up with something like a 7-Eleven or a donut shop or a drugstore around it. It generates economic growth. We're going to be building these facilities all across America so you can plug in and go the width of the country. That way you can travel coast to coast without worrying about running out of power. Every single one of these chargers must be installed by workers certified by the IBEW plant. Every one. That was the condition. Every one. And every single one must be made in America. Now, there's a provision in law that I thought I knew a fair amount, but I didn't realize, maybe you did, Tammy, but I didn't realize back in the 30s they passed a law that's consistent with international trade, that if the Congress passes a law to spend money and the president has to decide where to spend it, he or she has to spend it on American workers and in America, American products. Well, most presidents, including Democrats, didn't pay a lot of attention to that. But I did. And so now,
Stop doing that.
As a non-American product, you've got to have a real good reason to prove to me you can, in fact, get it from an American product. Look, folks, this company concluded that it was an opportunity for them as well. And now they're making fast-charging EV chargers here in America, right in Wisconsin. Their goal is to manufacture 13,000 high-speed chargers.
Why did they get timed out? You probably said something political.
What? To the chagrin of your senator, the other senator, it's going to add 100 good-paying jobs. Folks, this is happening across the state. It's a direct result of those clean energy investments I signed into law a year ago. Folks, as I've said for a long time, when I think climate, I think jobs. Not a joke. When I think climate, I think jobs. That's the future. By the way, Texas, the state of Texas, a very enlightened governor, the state of Texas has the highest number of wind and solar facilities, I think, of any state in the nation. And it's cheaper than fossil fuel.
Torque is on fire. Fluffy can't time him out, so
Isn't that enlightened?
he's taking advantage of the edge.
Like the 12 solar energy products and Alon Energy is building across Wisconsin, creating more than 2,000 jobs.
Isn't this a Spanish company?
Most of them union jobs, and in the process of serving customers in Wisconsin, saving them more than $1.6 billion in energy costs. These are facts, not fiction.
Testing? Gherkin's the best. This is a political statement.
Now, Paris Solar, broken down in the state,
Dork got you, Pterodactyl.
Large-scale solar and battery storage project in Kenosha County. It's creating 300 good-paying construction jobs. 300. And just today, the company Siemens announced that because of that law I signed and the significant investment we're making in clean energy, they're going to begin manufacturing solar inverters here in Wisconsin. And by the way, American people are going to be learning, no matter how well educated, you're going to be learning a lot, because I bet most people don't know what a solar inverter is. It converts solar energy from the sun into electricity. Kind of a novel idea, isn't it? How many times do you ever think in those days when you had those real big bills in the winter and a hot day, why couldn't we capture all this? Guess what? They're going to be doing a piece of that. Sunlight shines down and the inverter turns into electricity. And they're going to build them just outside of Kenosha. Don't tell me Americans can't innovate. Don't tell me that. Since I took office, I've seen more than $3 billion in private investment in clean energy manufacturing all across Wisconsin. That's Bidenomics. That's investing in America. Totally consistent with international law and trade agreements. And investing in America.
PragerU tells me that solar is unreliable energy.
When I ran for president,
what the fuck is PragerU?
I would leave no one behind. No part of
Where
the
do they
country
think the sun's going? Are they worried about nighttime?
A lot of Democrats are getting mad at me because we're investing actually more in red states than blue states right now.
Someone out there with a whisper fetish that is definitely here for this.
I made a promise no matter where. And folks, red states, blue states, urban, suburban, or rural, all of that will benefit from what we do. That's why I launched the Rural Partners Network to help rural communities, including here in Wisconsin and my state of Delaware, which is mostly rural, believe it or not, create jobs and economic opportunity. And my administration has invested hundreds of millions of dollars to support small and medium-sized meat and poultry processors across the Midwest, including dozens here in Wisconsin, from Lancaster to Richland Center to Soldiers Grove.
You ready for the 4480 pump? I mean, he already said bullish things about chips, and the video's only gone down.
Processor that pays them less for what they need. No, I mean it. And that wasn't my idea. That was the Secretary of Agriculture, the former governor of Iowa. But, folks, that's not all. We're also investing $230 million in Wisconsin to support agriculture that's good for the environment, like planting cover crops that replenish the soil with nutrients and absorb carbon from the air. We're helping farmers, ranchers, foresters get paid for doing the right thing. It's simple, folks. When farmers do well, when the wealth they generate stays in Wisconsin, then their children can stay in Wisconsin and find opportunity here and build a stronger rural economy. Investing in America also means rebuilding our infrastructure.
Live in Wisconsin, buy everything on Amazon.
And roads. I mean, it's amazing. And it's not even been a year yet. It's just been about a year. You know, the last guy talked about infrastructure month. We got infrastructure decade, baby. 10 years. Oh, think I'm kidding. They never had 1 month. But I'm joking. I'm not joking. And by the way, a number of my Republican friends voted against.
It's like his tongue slams from side to side between each word he says, with slurps sprinkled in. I cannot hear it. I'm cracking up. P.S. ExxonMobil for all your energy needs.
The 13th best infrastructure. 13th best infrastructure in the world from number 1.
Thanks, Lawrence.
How can you be the best economy in the world with a second-rate infrastructure? Not a joke. How can you do that? Well, through the bipartisan infrastructure law, we've already announced 37,000 projects, 4,500 communities across America, including hundreds of projects, as the governor referenced, right here in Wisconsin. Let me give you a couple examples. We're investing $80 million to replace the interstate bridge over the Wisconsin River in Columbia County. That's a major route connecting people in Milwaukee, Madison, and Chicago. And look across town, where union workers are building North Holton Street Bridge, which is nearly 100 years old. More than 10,000 vehicles travel over it every single day across the Milwaukee River. It's dangerous, and this reconstruction is long overdue. A lot of you were with me when I was in Pittsburgh. By the way, Pittsburgh is a city of bridges, more bridges in Pittsburgh than any other city in America. I watched that bridge collapse. I got there and saw it collapse with over 200 feet off the ground going over a valley. It collapsed. Thank God school was out during the pandemic. Imagine all the people
Steelberg
that
above
died.
3069
They knew for years they had to do something.
for a second.
We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars to rebuild it. You know, I know everybody.
Do you think the upside potential will be strong, considering T+2 for Monday's big pop?
I've traveled over 1,280,000 miles on Amtrak.
It doesn't look like it currently,
I
although
it's nuts. I do too.
it's not T+2 yet.
The reason for
the
that
pop
is when I
happened
got
in
elected,
after
I was
hours.
29 years
Tomorrow
old.
would be
In
T+2.
an office hiring staff, and I got a phone call saying my wife and daughter were dead, and my 2 boys were not likely to live. Tractor trailer broadsided and killed them. And I didn't want to stay anymore.
The fuck is he on about right now?
So I said a lot of really good senators, including a couple good Republican friends, became friends. Said, just come and stay 6 months, help us organize. Hell, we had 58 Democratic senators already and a Democratic governor. I didn't know any better, but I stayed. And I started to commute every day because having been listed as the poorest man in Congress for 36 years, true, my wife called me one day and says, did you read the paper today? And I was up campaigning for a guy named Pat Leahy in Vermont. I said, no, honey, I didn't see the Wilmington paper. He said, headline, above the fold. Only a politician's wife would say that. Biden, poorest man in Congress. Is that true? Like I was cheating on her or something. But I was. And I couldn't afford a house in Washington, and I couldn't afford a house in Delaware.
What did he just say?
If I sold my house in Delaware, I'd lose the election. So I started to commute. It's only 300 miles a day.
Go back.
Takes me an average of 4 hours, beginning to end. And so what happened was when you travel as vice president on Air Force planes, they keep a precise number of miles you travel. And I guess it was in my 7th year or 6th year as vice president, there was a headline in the New York paper saying Biden travels almost 1,200,000 miles on Air Force planes, 1,100,000 or whatever. I'm getting on the train one day. The Secret Service are the best in the world. They don't like me traveling the train because there are too many opportunities for people to do bad things on trains. And,
He's like, my wife thought I was cheating on her, but I was.
Hospice at my home. And this guy, I won't mention his name because I will get him in trouble, but one of the senior guys in Amtrak who I rode with all the time comes up and goes, Joey, baby, grabs my cheek. Swear to God, I thought they were going to shoot him. And I said, no. I said, what's the matter, Angie? He said, I read this thing about over 1 million miles on Air Force planes. He said, hell, you know how many miles you travel on Amtrak? I said, no, Angie, I don't know. He said, we just had a retirement dinner up in Newark. He said, you traveled average 117 days a year, round trip, 300 miles a day. 36 years, that's 1,285,000 miles. I don't want to hear any more about the Air Force. True story. I swear to God. I'm getting off point here, but anyway. But rail saves a lot. Electric rail saves a lot of energy in the environment. Thanks to infrastructure law, we're providing $23 million to upgrade, modernize Mitchell International Airport, which is going to increase economic activity in Milwaukee.
That fucking whole segment went so many places.
Removing every single lead pipe in Wisconsin. Every single one. These lead pipes are dangerous. Some of you may remember, I had a guest at the last State of the Union when I was speaking, and a young woman named Deanna Branch. She's a Milwaukee mom. She had her 3-year-old son, Aiden, with her, who was hospitalized twice for lead poisoning because of lead pipes in her home. Well, guess what? We're removing every single lead pipe in Wisconsin out of the ground.
We're not replacing them. Fuck Wisconsin.
That's a fact.
Mic drop.
The risk to everyone's health, especially our children's. And then over 250,000 homes and small businesses across Wisconsin don't have access to high-speed, affordable internet.
All I know is someone's children and family died. I thought
we have schools
Biden's
to be able to get a McDonald's internet so the kid can do their homework. Not a joke.
And then he
guess what?
Was poor and cheated on his wife and flew 1 million miles. And electric trains are great. And fuck lead pipes.
This state, especially rural communities and family farms, with affordable high-speed internet every single home.
Was it Biden's family?
Folks,
So he's on
All
family
our
number
high-speed
2?
internet projects must use products and construction materials made in America.
What?
Look,
I didn't even
folks.
know that.
It's really kind of basic.
We made those
Decide
lead
to
pipes in
invest
America.
again. That's what it's all about. I want you to see exactly what we're making these investments across the country. If you want to know exactly where they are, you can go on the internet, go to invest.gov, put in your location and find out what's happening. Exactly what's happened or scheduled to happen. Folks, we've done all this without raising anybody's tax.
Lead tastes
making
sweet.
under $400,000 bucks.
I had no
My
idea
friends
that
talk
his
about
first
a big
wife
spend of
died.
Biden. Well, guess what? I made a promise. I'll never raise federal tax on anyone making less than $400,000.
Why was that the shortest part of
Kept
the
my
story?
promise. And unlike the last president, in my first 2 years in office, even with all we've done, I'm the first one to cut the federal debt by $1.7 trillion. $1.7 trillion cut because we generated the growth. Folks, every Republican voted against our clean energy investment, known as the Inflation
He
Reduction
was
Act.
very casual about it, and there was
Vast
no
majority voted
segue
against
to
the
his new
bipartisan
wife
infrastructure
existing and calling
That didn't
him
stop them from claiming
about his
credit to protect the
infidelity.
health of their constituents
Right?
that are getting
I felt
rid
like all of
by
that
getting rid
blended
that price
together
and putting to work
in a
building new
very-
roads and bridges. Look, I think the vast majority of my Republican colleagues in the Senate know better. We got to stop the partisanship. We got to stop this stuff. This legislation they oppose or attack is now the greatest thing to come to their states. You know, you have Marjorie Taylor Greene, you know, the very quiet lady from North Carolina.
Biden
Georgia.
talks about infidelity,
Well,
fidelity
she
down.
talked about what
This
Biden's
is
doing
it.
what Roosevelt did, what Kennedy did. I thought, well, yeah. Well, look, folks, like I said, I made a commitment because I knew this was going to happen. I knew what would happen is the folks who voted against these things, and we barely passed them, sometimes by 1 or 2 votes, when it came to their states would claim credit. I want them to get credit. That's okay. It's okay, as long as they continue to support the things we're doing. You know, I said I represent all the American people, in red states and blue states, but that doesn't mean I can't make fun of the hypocrisy of those claiming credit. And like I said in the State of the Union, I'll see them at the groundbreakings. Look, let me close with this. I'm not here to declare victory on the economy. We're not there yet. We have more work to do. But we've always had a plan that turning things around, making it America stronger and safer and more competitive. Bidenomics is just another way of saying restoring the American dream. That's what it is.
It sounds like he's saying
American dream.
PPI to the moon.
I believe every American willing to work hard should be able to get a job, no matter where they live, in the heartland, small
Where the
towns,
fuck are they going to find
raise their
like
kids
skilled
on a good
industrial
paycheck and
labor?
keep their roots where they grew up.
I don't know how to
That's
run
the
a
American
press.
dream. That's Bidenomics. It's rooted in what has always worked best for this country: investing in America, investing in Americans. Because when we invest in our people, when we strengthen the middle class, we see stronger economic growth that benefits all
Ban the
Americans.
mods, except secure,
The most
atomic,
important
and
thing I want to
Doric.
say today is this: thank you.
Don't
Not
tell me how
thank you,
to
how you voted,
run
but
the
thank you
leadership.
to the people of Wisconsin. Thank you to the American people. We've faced some pretty tough times in recent years. The pandemic took over 1
Did he just
million
mock an
lives.
Italian? Yeah, but that was
How many
earlier.
empty chairs are there sitting there on dining room tables these days? Our neighbors, our friends, our fellow
Good job,
Americans
Doric. You got
are
him.
still living in pain and loss and isolation caused by the pandemic.
Am I
It
getting a
generated the
promotion
most
to YouTube,
severe
bot?
economic
I know
crisis
how to
since the Great
time people
Depression.
out.
Wasn't that long ago that 20 million people in America were out of work. But today, the American people, they didn't give up. Wisconsin didn't give up. Americans didn't give up. America didn't give up. And I've said it 1,000 times. There is no quit in America. There is no quit in America. Look how far we've come. Today is not high pressure. We have the
What about all
strongest
the people that
economy in
quit?
the world. And you're looking at me a little skeptical, but I promise you, check it out. The strongest
That's a
economy
lie.
in the
I've
world.
quit tons of jobs.
The highest job satisfaction in 36 years. Our inflation rate has dropped to the lowest among major economic nations in the world.
You know, he's not
If we
wrong.
keep it up, it's going to go lower.
It's never been better to work at a McDonald's.
All I hear from my friends on the other side of the aisle is what's wrong with America. There's a lot wrong with America, like every country. They tell us America's failing, but they're wrong. Democrats, Republicans, independents, conservatives, liberals. I don't think they understand the average American. Whatever we set our mind to as a country, we've always accomplished. Name me one thing in American history where America stood together and said, we're going to solve that problem, we didn't do it. Name me one.
Peace in the Middle East.
Name me one. There's nothing beyond our capacity. America isn't failing.
Racism,
America's winning.
Vietnam,
And I'm
the war
proud
in
of historic
Afghanistan,
legislation
healthcare.
They're the right steps not only to get our economy
Cancer,
moving, but to
the
build
war on
to
drugs.
the future. But the real hero in the story is all of you, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. People of Milwaukee, people of Wisconsin, the American people. Yes, my policy helped create a lot of these jobs and continue to grow, but you're the ones getting up every single day, walking out that door and doing the work. Yes, my policies have helped create some small businesses, created more than any time in history, but you're the ones.
Fentanyl crisis, you've got to just think about it differently.
This concept. You took the risk to hire workers, fulfilling your dreams.
Boat laws?
I've long said it's never, ever, ever been a good bet to bet against America. Never, never, never. And it's not a good bet today. This is still a country that believes in honesty, decency, and integrity. The vast majority of Americans do. Our political leaders, sometimes in both parties, don't. We're still a country that believes in hard work. We're still a country that believes that each and every one of us is created equal. We're still a beacon to the world. That's because small towns and in rural America and suburbs, big cities all across the country, every ordinary person, all ordinary people, do the most extraordinary things. Let me tell you, America's best days are ahead, not behind us. Not because of me, because of you. It isn't about the past, it's about the future. It's about each of us writing the next chapter in American history. I can honestly say I've never been more optimistic, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I've never been more optimistic about America's future, both domestic and foreign. We just have to remember who the hell we are. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. So let's do it together. God love you. May God bless you all. May God protect our troops. Thank you.
The fucking market just crashed now. Fidelity can't display account info at the moment. Accounts are just not there when you log in. Have you tried the mobile app? Well, I don't know whether to buy puts or calls after that. He kept saying it's working. I don't know what, but something is. Fidelity Mobile doesn't work? I don't know. Is GME gonna MOASS? I'm gonna lose my covered calls? Whatever will I do? Why do I have more than one Fidelity app on my phone? Futures inched up there a little bit. Oh, okay. So they cleared 40, 45, 50. This is their chance. It does not look good on the 1 minute. Although the 5 still looks pretty decent. Oh shit. The battery level of my mouse is critical. Hold on. Is one of these that looks like a charging cable. Boop. Their chance or what? To show how impotent they are? To leverage charm on the 4450 puts? Let's not assume impotence. Okay, we've been surprised by erections in the past, dork. Fidelity is currently unable to provide brokerage or mutual fund account information. Please try again later. Wait, I just tried again, right? What the fuck? Your account may have concentration risk. No, really? Yeah, it doesn't seem to be working. Even better with Fidelity, they're showing an old account I closed years ago from an old employer, but none of my current accounts are there. That sounds like it reverted to some kind of redundancy. Do Bulls have anything left in the tank? Maybe. During the speech, some of the 4460 and 4470 puts were closing. Taking profits. Like, through most of this period right here, there was a pretty decent amount of profit taking on the in the money puts. So we'll see. So yeah, I mean 4460 and 70 are a little easier now. Maybe this breakout will push more of them out of the money. Or well, force more of them to close. We'll see. We're not that high yet. Above 55, 60. Right now, price is still too low. Yeah. Sorry, the price is still too low. Transfer the money from your old employer to your other bank account. Fidelity account's grand total now says $0. It's finally happened. I just want JPM to get margin called. Is that too much to ask? That's a lot to ask. I know you're not allowed to give out financial advice, but I need an alternative to Fidelity. There's like TD, Schwab. Ally? I've heard Ally is pretty good. I assume you mean like a boomer brokerage for buy and hold. WeBull's okay. Yeah, but TLS is still separate, right? They haven't ported that over yet. They probably won't for like 10 years. What's your preferred broker? IBKR? Yeah, generally. Oldwell Banker. Politically divisive comment about how it was a missed opportunity to create Charmadillo instead of Charmazard. I see. No, I don't think PayPal's a great buy. It's like an okay buy with probably more headwinds in the future. Everyone can move their funds to me. Will you protect them? Charmed and Dangerous is still one of my favorites. Jettle, thank you, man. PayPal's dying just by Visa. Nope, VIX back up. Market's so confused. $44.60 and 70 pulled back even more. Short puts? No. What's up, Kyle? Yeah, I'm just hanging out. Hmm. This is so fucking bearish.
shit.
One sec. All right, it's power hour. Time for more sideways trading. God, the market's so fucking flat today. I think oil prices are likely to bounce somewhere around here. They caught a little support earlier today. They're up a bit, right? Seems like maybe it found a bottom. Definitely not confirmed, but it's a start. I think it's still a higher low than a few days ago. Hmm. Okay, I think they're selling more 4450s now. Do you think Upstart could play out? It could. I mean, Nvidia is still keeping some pressure on bots, but NQ's just not had a good day. I only have like the $35 calls left. I have the 37 and 40 on this account, but I can't close them. I closed the further out of the money ones. 35 still seems reasonable, and they're weeklies, so it's like I don't really give a shit if they blow up. Hmm. Gurk, I can't close my puts. I call them if you guys have open positions that you can't manage. Call Fidelity and have them and tell them what to do. Do you think their difficulty getting it up expedites their exit once they get it up? Yeah, it could. Very, very much so. I think we're still very much trading in the range where they're probably not getting it up, but When you said selling 45.50s, yeah, I think they're, well, on the last downturn in VIX, I think they're selling 45.50s. I think they're going to sell more of them too, but step 1, sell them 44.50 puts. Step 2, YOLO 0 DTE puts to wreck them. Come on, Bears. Can't get it up because of charm or low T. Both. I mean, we're back at 44.50 again, so Bears are still in control of the charm decay here. If we move back up, maybe, I don't know. This all looks like a big pile of shit, though. This bullshit never happens on WeBull. No, they have a whole different set of bullshit things that you have to deal with. I know for the fact that some people are too lazy to call Fidelity and would rather just lose money on their options. Wait, is that because you're one of those people? When I tell them to sell my spread, I'm gonna get embarrassed because the port's named GME 741 RC69. No, unless I want to close my GME covered calls. Doesn't seem to be an issue just yet. I mean, the market can't close with VIX this high, right? That's against the rules from the last few days. Better than calling the broker to close RevRQ. Would you actually call a person on the phone for the Fidelity brokerage, or rather just call a few hundred a loss? Who knows? Maybe the calls pay off. You think so? This is descending wedge like 900 of today. Hmm. Yeah, fuck this. This looks like crap. Let's blast down through Delta Neutral. That'd be cool. Oh, they're going for it again. What if we close at 44, 46, 69? Is what it is, right? God, the fucking vol shorting's so much weaker. Can they not shave 6% off the VIX anymore in 10 candles? Kramer telling people to go short Nikkei, long yen. That's what I'm doing. I told you he was in the fucking Discord. The market looks like a Coors Light that was poured into a red Solo cup and left out in the sun for 6 hours. He's never right, this Kramer fellow. Well, that was until he had his own short ETF. Don't worry, he tried to ruin Upstart too. SEC delays Grayscale's ETF conversion. BTC down. B of A closing 3,900 locations. That's bullish. Who the fuck goes into a bank anymore? Old people. Still waiting to talk to a rep. Still 125 in the queue. Ouch. Descending wedge break up. I don't know. VIX keeps inching back above 16, so. I don't really think this is a wedge. It's just a downtrend. Ugh. There you go. Fuck it. Just blow up the 4450 one so we can get this show on the road. people with credit unions, that's not a bank. And that's just because their like online services suck. My dad got a cashier's check the other day. I told him that action makes me consider the need for conservatorship. Sorry, I got Fidelity's customer service held up. I'm trying to get Kyle's top secret epic jambalaya recipe. He talks really slowly. Don't worry, guys. We'll be done in the next 50 minutes. Fidelity wants to play hardball. Fine. I'm taking my $5,000 port elsewhere. Is Dion same as yesterday? 44.32? Yeah. It changed by a couple cents, but that was it. My Fidelity rep's name is Todd. Holy shit. Keep him busy. I'll have you know I have $13 in my school's first credit union. What are you going to spend it on? Tacos? Look at how many AMC shares I'm holding. I'm gonna write up a DD encouraging people to move from Fidelity to Robinhood. At least Robinhood's not down. I told him I have 1 million in VIX calls I need to close. He's working frantically to find the account. Jesus Christ. Oh no. Yeah. Hold on one second. I'm looking for the OI. Oh man, the 4470 and 4465 OI are almost gone on the put side. Huge amounts of profit taking. Fucking no bounce. This is insane. Are they just all rolling down to 4450? Long puts or short puts? I mean, I think these are long. Yeah, long. Call buying's exploding to the upside, but we're not going anywhere. Someone needs to drop a 50K futures contract sale. Have you considered being the change you want to see in the markets? Game? Which institution's money market funds lock up first? Hmm. It's a good question. I say Wells Fargo. I was just thinking that. No, not Citi. Not Citi. Maybe Wells. Put sellers have Fidelity. Now's the time, Bears. Jesus fucking Christ. Ugh. How do you feel being named in the Trump Rico case? Fucking snitches. What about B of A? What about it? I don't. Maybe. I doubt it. Someone else first, right? What about HSBC? Barclays? Hmm. Okay. So about those calls, you're getting fucked. HSBC has crime money. They should be safe. ICBC? Or oh, what's the other one? Fuck. China Construction Bank? They're fucking huge. International Clearing Bank? No, ICBC is the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. The DTCC. No, they'll just commit international securities fraud again, right? The Bulls are dead. They're seriously fucked right now, yeah. Maybe they go for the bounce off DN. Ready for the massive bounce off DN tomorrow. Hey, Gork, is this bearish? What? Looks like I picked up those last two debit spreads right on time. I'm ready for a $60 candle in the last hour of trading, all the way back up again. Whoever's busy distracting Todd, keep it up. That sure is some convenient fidelity timing. Maybe it's the catalyst. What is it, Doric? Red candle? Are bounces off delta neutral very common? It's mixed. It depends on how far back you go. This year, yeah. Last year, not so much. Check DMs. Ooh. Glad I bought my SQQQ covered calls this morning. Nice. Will Fidelity reimburse us now? Probably not. This just in. Burry created a Twitter, deleted it, created another one, called to crash, deleted it again, then recreated an account and said we're crashing. Nice. Is Fidelity hiding from the market crash? It kind of sounds like it. Market can't crash if no one can sell, right? They're turning off the sell button, guys. Gork, are my calls dead? What the fuck do you think? Jackson in shambles. Fidelity, you don't understand. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. This probably isn't funny. I'm sure there's people that really need to access their brokerage accounts. What are chances Fidelity actually gives those of us that lost money in positions we can't close any kind of money back? Slim, honestly. You might be able to argue something. Or, you know, like 6 years from now, you'll get a check in the mail for $35. Jokes on Fidelity this time. I lost all my money last week. Is this looking bearish? What do you think? This is horrifically bearish. We're heading to delta neutral, and that's where things actually get bearish. It's okay, guys. I've heard having a job has never been better. You know who told me? My president. Dignity. Stuck at 44.35. I mean, maybe puts will finally take profits. That way we can close the day back at 44.50 again. Fidelity's going to make sure the market closes exactly where it opened. That way nobody can claim that they're owed any money. Keep us appraised of options moves. We can't see anything. There's a decent amount of puts still coming in at the money. 44.40 is loaded to the tits. Kind of run like, yeah, so this range between like 44.25 and 44.40 is pretty weak. It's not that weak, but it's weaker. So we could see some capitulation on a bounce here. What a crazy fucking day. Didn't I have like another debit spread somewhere? That's dead. Oh, I did. Yeah. 30.40? That's probably not going to do that well. Let's see if the put buying continues. I haven't missed delta neutral. No, we haven't tested it yet. So close, though. Did you make money on the WeBull account today? I don't know yet. Probably not. It depends what price it closes at, and if Nvidia falls off a cliff. Hmm. Fuck, that looks pretty bearish. All I have is KView and J&J and Fidelity. I'll be fine. You ruined me as a person. I used to say NVIDIA, like a normal person, and now I say NVIDIA. You're welcome. So does the CFO, if it's any consolation. 4,400 on the cards for end of day? Don't tease me. God, there's so much fucking... There's so much put volume. Bury right on time for a change. Is there any fucking support here? No? I don't see any reason we can't slide down to 44.25 right now. I mean, 0 DT capitulation would be the only thing, and they have no reason to close. How dead are August 21? 44.75. I don't know. They're worth $12.90 right now. SPX cash dailies will still cash settle on Fidelity even though it's down. Yes. Can you hold my hands? It's far away. No problem, 11 Hippo. Yeah, so I mean, as long as they didn't lose any data from your account, that option will just settle on, CBOE and cash settle out, and the funds will be deposited into your account in T+1. 15-minute to expiration calls. Not yet, but I might soon. VIX is still moving up. And futures just slipped 44.50. Yeah, if futures breaks through the trend resistance here, there's no supports until like 44.35. And that's old. That's really old. Although 44.61 was really old too, and we spent all day trading on top of it. Let's see, 44.30 call buying, 44.35, 40.45. Put buying at 35.30 and 25. So they needed to not slip 30. Hmm. Oh, fuck. That's what I'm talking about, Dork. Wait, hold on. Oh. Huh. VIX futures are going nuts. Twelve minutes left. I've got to try to shorten the close, right? Futures trading just above 44.50 right now. Hmm. Nine minutes left. Fucking Christ, calls are expensive. 8 minutes. Is this an early start of SLD? It might be. WeBull or IBKR for a novice. WeBull can be a bit complex, but they have a lot of tutorials. Or Fidelity or IBKR can be a bit complex. WeBull, I mean, it's pretty simple, but there's less learning materials, so I would probably paper trade with both of them before you place any real trades for a little while. Are the MMs incentivized to fight against the price going back up at this point? Seems like they stand to make a bunch of money if sold puts fail. I mean, yeah, they are. Their calls are super overpriced right now. Sorry to keep asking, but puts on Nvidia here could be decent with it failing 440. It might be a good opportunity to get in on them. I don't know if we're gonna get a continuation of this into the morning, right? Or we're just gonna get this crazy pump into close. They're trying to short the fuck out of VIX right now. You can call later today to file a trade dispute. Fidelity as a company institution will work with you to recover losses encountered. Huh. So that'll only pan out if you already had a trade placed and services went down. I just got off the phone with Fidelity. They said at everyone, fuck the pores. Thoughts on directional overnight move? I'm just gonna straddle. I'm not gonna try to figure out which way it's gonna go. I mean, 4450s haven't capitulated, right? So they'll try to claw that back. But they just keep losing ground, so I don't know how successful they'll be. And the video goes down, Upstart goes up, or Upstart also down. Upstart also down. Yeah, Nvidia going down is bad for Upstart. Or frees up short liquidity in bots. 3 minutes left. Transfer started. Closing as many open positions as I can. Forget this boomer broker. This is like their second outage in like a couple weeks, right? You mean they won't take your word for it that you've timed your trade at the top and bottom? Shocked Pikachu. You jump into end of day straddles. I bought at 44.35. I bought at 44.50. Ding ding. Well, that was a fun close. Was that a wild ending to the day or what? Kind of, yeah. Hmm. Needs more cowbell. Legendary M candles. Well, this is interesting, right? Like tomorrow we're very well positioned to test delta neutral. Fuck, maybe we even see 4,400. I guess it'll depend on what kind of price action we see overnight tonight. Let me take a look at tomorrow's options chain real quick. Tomorrow, T+2 for NVIDIA. Yeah. And yes, a lot of the options are in the money. Let's see. All right, so tomorrow, 44.25, 44.15, 4,400 are loaded up with puts. Yeah, I mean all the gamma is still super negative. It's probably gonna be pretty hard for us to cross back above. Well, maybe not. So I guess ES could retest 44.60 overnight. I don't think it climbs a lot higher than that though. It did find some support like right at the very end of the day. But if this continues to break down, I mean, it looks like it's headed for like 44.35 or 4,400. So the put sellers don't care because they have a little theta. Oh, they care a lot. It was fine when they had theta before and VIX was down, right? If they could keep VIX contained on the drop, they didn't care. But these puts were sold at like VIX 13. So it's it's not good. They're sold with tons of Vega at VIX 13. Any downside to opening SPY straddles just after close? No, it's usually fine. All right. Well, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens in the overnight session tonight. I mean, right now, futures looks like it's kind of starting to fail the resistance again a little bit. So it's got its long-term, like its longer-term trend here, and that kind of overlaps with the intraday downtrend from this afternoon. And those both kind of meet here at the 44.50 resistance. If futures fails 44.50, yeah, the next support to the downside is 44.35, which is, I think, roughly. It's like SPX 44.23. So this doesn't look particularly good, and the overall trend looks fucking terrible, right? I mean, this has just been declining, and maybe we find some support down here, but or at 4,400, but we're gonna slip below delta neutral, and things get really bearish below delta neutral. That means that on the downside, the market maker is going to be shedding delta on the drop. I'm entering straddle on QQQ, and the price is in the middle. Best to go higher or lower. I went with 367. I just went with 366. I don't think it matters that much. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'll keep everyone updated tonight, and I'll have an update out later once we get the options data in for the day. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody.